Oh my god. Okay, so hello YouTube. I'm recording for you again. Second attempt at doing this because there was some tech problems. And chat has decided to be helpful. Very helpful by talking about piss again. Which, I guess that's a kind of continuity. Hi, hello. Helluva Boss Season 2. It ended. It's over. There's no more of it. And now it's probably going to be a while before there's any new of it because animation takes a while. It's a difficult thing to make. It'll be a bit. So just to sort of tide us all over in the meantime, a little bit of Helluva Boss methadone, as it were. Let's do a tier list of all the episodes that there were. All of the episodes. We'll do a tier list of them, and we'll rank them, and then we'll have like a scientific, objective ranking of how good all of the episodes are, and then we don't have to argue about it anymore because we'll have like an objective ranking, and everyone will just agree that all of the episodes are completely objectively ranked, and that no one has to fight about it anymore. This is a service which I am willing to provide to the Helluva Boss fandom, is I can give you all of the correct opinions, and then you just repeat all of my opinions, and then you'll be right about everything forever, always, because I am the art decider who decides whether art is good or not. That's I had a vision from God. And he basically went like, yep, that's your job. You have that one. No pay, no benefits, definitely no retirement. But hey, good for you, kid. That's the way that this is going to work, because I am always right about everything. In case you can't tell, I'm being sarcastic. Please do not take anything I say as anything other than one person's critical perspective. I like to think that I try to back my opinions up with reasoning, but just because I speak confidently and I am a man does not mean I am right about everything. This is advice which you can take with you out into the world and apply to everyone everywhere. So, I have a tier list right here in front of me. We're also gonna be looking a little bit at just checking in on some of the episodes just to see some things that happen. But I have a tier list in front of me, and it is organized into five categories. Fifth category is Season 1, because the tier list I found had all of the episodes in it, but we don't talk about Season 1 in this one, so they just stay down there, and don't worry about them. It's because Season 1 is, of course, terrible. No, it's not. But they might be useful for some illustrative purposes as we discuss what these categories mean. The top category, the best episodes, objectively, of course, is no notes, which is to say these are episodes that I watched and I was like, I don't really know how you would do this differently, right? Like, to achieve the things that the episode is trying to do, how would you do this differently? I don't really know. I don't really have any strong notes about that, right? Like, so that's where that goes. It's like, I can't find anything to complain about. That's the top category. Looking back at Season 1, this would probably be something like, honestly, at this point, I've sort of come around to feeling like Episode 2 is kind of there, right? Like, in terms of what is Episode 2 trying to do, how well does it achieve it? I can quibble with the technical execution and all of that, but sort of like, as it is a thing that's trying to achieve a specific thing within the context, I have no notes. Doesn't mean it's perfect, just means I don't really know how I would do it that much differently. Now we have the other category, some notes, right? Like, where it's like, oh yeah, no, like, this mostly it works, it's fine, like, there's not really any problems with it, but, there's maybe that bit there with the things, maybe we can, right? It's sort of fine, but some problems, some notes I would have with that, right? And for that purpose, I think Episode 8 goes into that one, because, like, it had the problem of coming out at the wrong time because of the Kesha thing and all of that, and a whole bunch of issues with it, and it sort of falls in the wrong place in the season, and I have some notes about exactly how the characterization is handled and stuff like that, but it's like, it's not bad as such, it's just, Then we have the third category. It has problems, right? Like, that's an episode where it's like, okay, I can see what you're going for, and it's probably a good thing to go for, but maybe not. Maybe not like that. maybe that's not the way that I would have done it. Spring Breakers probably falls into a category like this, right? Where it's like, okay, like Blitz, Verosika, we're sort of exploring a little bit of like his romantic past kind of thing, but also it's just kind of, hey, we're murdering a bunch of teenagers, and there's a little bit with Luna, but it's like, yeah, it's like, I can see the idea, but it has problems. Fourth category, kind of self-explanatory, better off without it. That's an episode where I'm just like, just don't have that episode. Just like, if you just deleted that from the canon, it would be like, yeah, it's not really any loss, particularly. Cherubs goes in there, so does Murder Family, at least for me. I think Murder Family is not like bad on a technical level, but it also just doesn't go anywhere for me. I don't think it really adds anything to the narrative of especially season 1, and certainly further on in season 2. Like, yeah, there's callbacks and Easter eggs from it, but it's like, I would be fine if Murder Family just wasn't a part of the show. But that's me. So that's the ranking system that we're going to use here. That's how we're going to go about trying to talk about these episodes. And let's start with episode 12. No, let's start with episode 1, because that makes reasonable sense to me. So episode 1 is our little flashback to the past, right? With Blitz and Stolas, the whole thing. Oh, they met as children, and Blitz was in the circus, and we're sort of setting up the dynamic with Fizz a little bit between him and Blitz, and we get Stolas and his terrible father, voiced by fucking Jafar of all people. I'm still kind of not over that fucking Jafar voices his dad, and we get to see like, oh, right, Stolas has a neglectful father, and oh, hey, he's also kind of neglectful towards his own daughter. Oh, I wonder where he got that from. We sort of get to see where Stolas learned his parenting skills, which is to say, he didn't, right? No one taught him parenting skills because his parents weren't there for him. And on that level, and speaking of parents, then we have Cash here, who's like, he's got to come back for season 3, right? Like this slimeball shit ass motherfucker, piece of shit garbage asshole. He's got to come back for season 3, right? Like, it's like they both have daddy issues, and like this is the daddy issues show. So surely, like, there's no way he doesn't, right? Like, he shows up sometime in season 3, and like Blitz's doorstep and is like, "Oh, Blitz, yes, you know, you sure are successful right now. Give me some money." Right? He must show up at some point to try his emotional manipulation thing, right? And there must be a thing of like Stolas' own daddy issues triggering off of him, and then that sort of becomes a source of conflict between him and Blitz, where they're sort of like, where Blitz desperate to try and fix everything, and he's been so successful at that with Stolas, right? Kind of can't let go of the idea of trying to fix his family, and then Stolas is like, you have to let it go, like I had to let my daughter, like something like that, surely. Anyway, I liked this episode a lot in a lot of ways. Like, at the time when I was reviewing it, I had the issue that, like, the whole, oh, they met as children thing, I still haven't come around on it. I still haven't come around on the idea that, like, this fated meeting as children, when, like, with the two of them met, and, like, their romance began so early in life, and it's like this, I'm still not quite around on it as the way to set up their character dynamic. It's a trope. It feels a little bit too much like these two lovers were fated to come together by the stars, and I don't like that so much as... I just generally don't like predestination in romance a lot. It bothers me. I prefer it when people come together out of their own volition and their own needs, which is what most of the rest of the show is doing with Stolas and Blitz, right? Like, the thing that draws them together is the fact that their issues line up really well with one another, right? Like, that their damage complements one another, and that the emotional needs that they have is something that the other can eventually fill once they've gone through a bit of a process of, you know, unpacking all of their bullshit, and that seems to be what the show is mostly about. I do like the 25 years later, oh, they're laughing, they're having fun under a tree. 25 years later, depressed man in bed, hates his entire existence. That's a good smash cut. I do appreciate it. But it is a thing of, like, I'm just not sure I love that as, like, the thing that causes the relationship to happen. But also, how would I do it differently? I can think of a few ways. Like, I can think of a few ways that this could be handled in a different way. But would that work for what the show is trying to do? I don't know. Like, I can think of, like, you can imagine a million scenarios where they first meet as adults, right? And that this scene could be their first meeting, and it's the first time that Stolas is on the one hand actively trying to spite his bitch-ass wife who's been, like, fucking with his life, and he has this rebellious streak in him where he's like, you know what, fuck it, actually, I'll do the most offensive thing I can possibly do as a Goetia because fuck you, I hate this whole fucking society, right? And so he, like, makes the seduction play with Blitz, and that Blitz, in turn, like, sort of reciprocates it because he has this, well, I am just a thing that can be used by other people for their pleasure. Like, their issues are such that I don't think they needed the childhood connection in order to explain why they are drawn together so strongly as adults, right? Like, I think their issues complement each other well enough that this would have worked without it. At least in my opinion, right? But how would I do it differently? I don't know. So this one I feel goes in some notes, right? I have some notes about it. How do you explain Blitz knowing about the grimoire? Would Stola show it to him? He would just find out, like, that's sort of a thing of, like, you can just write a way in which he finds out. It can literally just be some Goetias are, like, walking down the street, and they're like, they don't care about imps, they don't think imps can hear them or imps matter, so they just talk openly about, yes, oh, yes, Stolas, yes, with his grimoire that allows him access to the human world, oh, he thinks he's, like, you can contrive 100 million ways for Blitz to find out about it. That's not really a difficult thing at all. That's just a logistics problem. That's not really a narrative thing of, like, oh, the only way Blitz can possibly find out about the grimoire is if he hears it from Stola. Like, no, like Stolas has the whole festival in Wrath, right? Like, where he casts magic that opens portals to other worlds. I don't think that's an unreasonably difficult thing to figure out, right? Like, or to find a way to achieve. So moving on to Seeing Stars. This episode sort of gets at what I think is the biggest problem with Season 2, which is not enough Octavia. We've talked about this before, that, like, I knew instantly upon seeing the final episode that a lot of people would be like, oh, Octavia, how are you being such an unreasonable bitch to your poor father? He's trying his best and you're ungrateful and you're... Right? I kind of knew that would happen. And part of the reason why I knew that would happen is because, well, there just isn't that much Octavia in Season 2, right? Like, and if Octavia is going to be the emotional climax of the whole season, right? Like, if her confrontation with her father and like her making this childish decision but understandable decision to sever the tie with him as a way to try and save him from the pain that she thinks he's in, there kind of needs to be a bit more of it, like, because the only really Octavia-focused episode we get in Season 2 is Seeing Stars, all the way back at the beginning of the season. I'm kind of missing at least a subplot or a little bit more stuff that happens in Season 2 that focuses on Octavia, on her emotional experience, especially her relationship with her mother. I would have liked to see explored just a little bit more. With her family, her loneliness, like the fact that Octavia just doesn't have friends. Because where would she get any, right? Like, she doesn't have another social support system. She doesn't have anyone she can talk to her feelings about at all, in part because Stolas, who is the man who used to be there for her to talk about her feelings, is kind of dealing with other shit right now. So this one episode, like, good. Like, we get to see that Octavia is emotionally unstable. That she's having a lot of trouble navigating her feelings, that she's trapped between desperately wanting to find that relationship with her father again, but also feeling more and more and more like he's not really centering her in his life anymore, right? And again, for Stolas, it's a reasonable thing that he doesn't want to center only his daughter in his entire life forever. It's a healthy thing that he's finding the relationship with Blitz, that he's getting away from his bitch-ass wife. But Octavia also doesn't have anyone else, right? Like, her dad is the only thing she has, and the only person that she has any kind of emotional intimacy with. And she doesn't know whether he's committed to her in the same way that she's committed to him, right? That's a difficult thing to navigate as an adult if you have a relationship like that. As a teenager with no friends and no one else to talk to, nowhere else you can go, no one who can teach you any emotional coping skills. That's an impossible thing to deal with well. And I think the season could have done a better job of getting us in there with Octavia. Like, it basically, there needed to be kind of an episode that's like, Octavia has no friends. That's just about how lonely and alone she is, how much her dad is like the only thing she has, right? So that by the end of the season, you understand, yeah, no, like, she's literally sacrificing the only loving, stable relationship that she has because she thinks her dad is in pain being with her. Right? She thinks she's the source of her dad's suffering, so she's trying to cut it off because she can't stand the thought of being the reason her dad is unhappy, right? She doesn't execute it well because she's a teenager. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. But there needed to be more. There needed to be more time spent exploring Octavia's interiority. This episode is good, and I don't know that I would do that much differently with this episode. I mean, maybe the Hollywood jokes are tedious to me. They're like, this is sort of harkening back to like early Helluva Boss, which was much more like, hey, here's a bunch of edgy, offensive jokes that we're putting in there because of that's what we do, right? Where I don't know that the humor serves that much of a purpose to the central narrative. There was an opportunity here to sort of draw a connection, right? An equivalence between, oh, right, like the vapidity and the emptiness of like LA celebrity culture and all of that shit, like the emptiness and alienation and meaninglessness of all of that. Hey, that actually reflects the social dynamics of the Geisha, right? Like Octavia sees all this and she's like, oh, fuck, this is just like home. Like, is there nowhere I can go to escape like a bunch of shit-ass narcissistic rich bastards fucking the world up for everyone? There was an opportunity there to draw an actual comparison, like to use this excursion to the human world to explore Octavia's interiority, but mostly it's just celebrity jokes, L.A. and hey, what if Brandon Rogers was a famous celebrity actor? Haha, right? So to me, this just doesn't. It's a bit of a wasted thing, right? Like where there were opportunities to do much better with the central premise of the episode, and then. Right, like, and then it's not really the episode's fault, right? Like, it's not really the episode's fault that the rest of the season is lacking in Octavia content, but it is one of those things of, like, when this is the only episode we get that, like, focuses on her at all, really, outside of, like, the finale, which is, like, the culmination of her, it makes this feel even kind of worse, because like it's like, okay, then in this episode maybe you should have replaced some of the fucking LA jokes with more Octavia instead, right? Like instead of like ha 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 celebrities are vapid and stupid, we could have spent more time with her, because we're kind of at a loss for enough emotional interiority content about Octavia herself to really make the season finale pop. And I think that's kind of where I land with this one. I do also love, like, one thing I do love about this episode a lot is, like, we get the setup of how easy it is to manipulate Blitz with validation. Well, that's not really set up. That we know that already. But, like, we get that payoff on that specific part of him. I love that it's Luna, the other girl with severe parental and abandonment issues, who figures out how to find Octavia, who relates to her, who talks her down. Again, sure would have been nice if Luna and Octavia would have had a bit more time together, for Luna to be Octavia's big sister or something, right? Again, as a means to enter into Octavia's world, also as a way to explore Luna more, who also, I feel like, could have gotten a bit more exploration in this season. Like, we get the backstory, right? We get that she's from this horrible kennel where she was about to, essentially be socially murdered, right? I get that, but it is also like, boy, not a lot of Luna content in the whole season, I don't think. And it's not like there's a lot of room for it either, but it's also, again, given that Octavia is such a key part of the emotional climax of the whole goddamn thing, Luna is a very good way to have that character relationship, to have these two people talk to each other, bounce their issues off of each other, have a conflict even, right? That would be lovely. And it would be a great way to explore their interiorities, both of them, better, and sort of help the conclusions, the emotional conclusions of the finale. But this is kind of all we get. And it's good. What we get is good. It's just, you feel the absence of it, right? Like, you feel the absence of Luna from the rest of the season when she gets to have this really, really great moment here. With genuinely some of the best acting animation of the whole season. I'm still...
all the time. That doesn't mean they don't care.
If he cares, where is he?
He's somewhere down there.
He's here?
Looking for you. I mean, try to cut your dad some slack. He may not always get it right, but he's trying. That's more important than you think.
Just one of the best acting performances of the season, I think, is just Luna there going through her own emotions, and by talking to Octavia about what she's going through, Luna processes a bunch of her own emotions, and like both of them come to a closer understanding of each other and of their own problems. Like, oh hey, that's a really compelling character dynamic. I wish they got to do that like one more time, just one more time in the season would have been good. That like, when Octavia has nowhere else to turn, maybe she turns to Luna, right? Like, out of, this was the one person who ever really sat and listened to me and seemed to understand what I was going through. Maybe I'm desperate enough to call her. Like, something like that would have been helpful for the rest of the season. So it stays in some notes because it's, everything that's in there except the celebrity bullshit is kind of good, but it's insufficient. It's insufficient, unfortunately. It's just not, it's not enough, and the absence of more sort of retroactively makes this feel even worse, because I sit there looking at that like, yes, like, just like 10 minutes more of that in some episode somewhere. Just 5 minutes, 2 minutes, any number of minutes more, and it would have been so good. It would have helped so much. Whereas, on the other hand, maybe the season spends a little bit too much time specifically on Blitz and Stolas and their issues. And I get that they're the main characters of the show, and their relationship is the main relationship. I get that. But it is still an ensemble cast. Like, there still has to be a certain amount of balance. And it is a little bit like, Moxie gets his one episode, right? Millie and Moxie get their one episode. Then Fizz gets like a double billing, essentially, although one of them is mostly about Blitz, really. And then everything else is Blitz, Stolas, central to the thing. I do like Ghost Fuckers, though. We'll get to Ghost Fuckers. I think that might be one of my criticisms of the season, is like, yes, it's completely understandable that these two characters are the central anchoring point of the season, but also, maybe that space could have been used a little bit more equitably for the whole cast. I think they kind of had to take care of Stolas in Season 2 purely because of Season 1's setup. I'm expecting Season 3 will have less focus on their relationship. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not so sure, a dog. I hope you're right. But certainly the way the show handles their relationship and the way it focuses on it as, like, its orbiting point. I think you're right that, like, yeah, no, you're probably right that Season 3 won't have as many, this is the episode where they have a breakup, and this is the episode where they get back together, and this is the episode where they probably not as many of those. But I'm not 100% I don't know. I would like to trust the team at Spindlehorse that as writers, as producers, they're getting better and better, because Season 2 is a massive improvement over Season 1, right? Season 2 doesn't have a cherub episode in it, right? By which I mean an episode that has no bearing on anything. It's just a bunch of, like, poorly strung together murder gags and suicide gags. But it has, like, at least a few truth seekers in there, right? Like, on level of craft and quality. So I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. I have this cynicism in me that always, because I spend so much of my time talking about corporate art, right? Like, which, like, you can expect better from it all you want, but it never really gets there, right? It's like Arcane. Oh, wow, you're taking up a lot of class issues here in Season 1. That's interesting. And, like, you're structuring the whole narrative of the show around like this class conflict, which is reflected in the conflict. That's interesting. Are you gonna have any take on that class conflict by the end of season 2? No, you're just gonna be like, if the war happened and then, okay, sure, cool. I'll just sit here with my heart broken then. But this is not corporate art, is it? Like, this is like, I have my worries about Has Been Hotel, but Helluva Boss is independent, which is why it's able to be good and to exceed expectations, and that's one of the amazing things about it. So I really hope you're right. I'm trying to flip my switch towards optimism. Because season 2 was better. It was much, much, much better at a baseline, way better than season 1. Like, you can see that the teams are growing and becoming better at what they're doing. So I'm gonna flip the switch to optimism and say, yes, you're right. Season 3 will be better. It will be better about that balance. We will get to see more of Luna. We'll get to see more of Octavia. I really hope the first episode of season 3, just the first one, is just 100% Octavia episode. No one else. Not a single imp character. Not like, maybe Stola shows up like briefly somewhere, but like, no imp, no nothing. Just Octavia dealing with her bitch mom and her shit ass uncle. I just want one episode that's nothing but her, nothing but insight into her emotional state, nothing but like an exploration of her interiority and loneliness. Just one that's nothing but that. I would like that very much. Might characterize the house staff a bit. Yes, that would be very cool, actually. Like, if Octavia, all alone in that frozen ass fucking, like, literally frozen Elsa mansion with her shit ass uncle and her bitch ass mom, finally has to talk to the staff and talk to the staff like, hey, did you know my dad was taking that medicine? And then the staff starts saying, oh yeah, no, actually your dad has been massively abused by your mom for like 20 years and all the time that we've been working here. Like, yeah, he's a bit of a dick to us, but we kind of get it. Like, if she has to talk to the staff and like realize, oh shit, these are actually people, human beings who aren't just objects in the world, right? My dad didn't run away to be with some fucking imp. He found someone who valued him and loved him and a chance at happiness. Oh, that's why he went, and it wasn't my fault. It's not really actually about me. Like, that would be nice. It would be nice if Octavia has to have that beginning of that process of deconstructing the racism that she's been born into, right? That would be cool. It would be very nice for Octavia just to have an episode to herself where she can just process or go through some of her shit. And she doesn't have to get better, by the way. Like, I'm not sitting here like, oh, I want Octavia to have therapy and I want her to be happy. Well, I do want her to be happy because I love her. She's a sweet girl. She deserves better. But I wouldn't mind if she got worse. Like, it would also be cool to me if we got an episode where, absent the influence of her father, with nothing but her mom and her shit-ass uncle around her, Octavia starts to get worse, right? That she starts to shut off and she starts to sort of like starts to integrate the values of the Goetia. She starts to become like genuinely a worse person, using her power like more and more to just dominate her environment because it's the only control she has left. That'd be nice. That would also be a development for her, right? I don't think it would make the fandom treat her any better, you know, but it would be an interesting story, like, for her to go through a downward spiral, right? Because Octavia, I'm not 100% sure you haven't inherited more than she's very much her father's daughter, right? We saw that in the finale. She's her father's daughter. She might have inherited the mental health issues as well, right? Like, that stuff runs in families, doesn't it? That tends to be a legacy that we pass down. And since she's also inherited her father's terrible coping skills, right, like, that would be a way to explore her as a character, to get into why she is the way she is, why she makes poor decisions the way that she does. I just want Octavia to have more room, more space to breathe as a character. Kind of the same thing. Well, Millie is definitely getting more, right? You can't fucking drop the pregnancy on us and be like, oh yeah, no, she's back to being minor character who doesn't matter in season. Like, no. There will be Millie content in season 3, I swear to God. Anyway, moving on. Episode 3. X's and O's. I I feel some kind of way about X's and O's. Because, like, it's lovely that we got a Moxie episode, right? Like, that we got an episode really diving into why he is the way he is. And, oh, hey, would you look at that? It's daddy issues again, right? Wow, it's daddy issues. Let me check that off on my bingo card. I never thought that one was going to come up. Daddy issues. Who would have thought? I do like that we get that insight into where Moxie comes from, why he has this reflexive habit of calling people sir, and like why calling Blitz sir means something so different than when he calls his dad that. That little thing that was just like a part of, oh, he's a nerd, that's why he says sir all the time, right? Oh, no. Actually, this is like a verbal tick that's been beaten into him, and which he's taken back some control over it by applying it to someone else as a term of genuine respect rather than a term of fear. Like, oh, that's really cool. That's interesting. That's good characterization. I wish Millie had been more relevant in the episode, though. Like, I kind of wish Blitz wasn't there at all. Honestly, I really am kind of at that point with this episode that, like, I think this episode would be way better if Blitz wasn't there. If all of the Blitz stuff was handled by Millie. If she was the one doing the investigating. If she was the one, like, if she was more involved with this whole thing. Because, like, the whole plot is her, like, Moxie's dad trying to marry him off to someone else, right? Like, trying to break up the marriage. It feels like Millie should be the central other character in that thing. But instead, it's Blitz who gets to be cool and, like, gets to seduce Chaz and, like sleep with him and check out his car and stuff like that.
Time ago.
But, like, Millie has the pre-existing relationship with him, right? Like, it feels so much more like Millie should be the one to both process her own past a little bit by dealing with this shit-ass garbage boyfriend who, like, because that's a way to bring Millie and Moxie closer together, right? Like, Millie and Moxie both fell for the same guy because they both have the same emotional vulnerability, right? Like, that same... Like, Moxie falls for him because he just because he fucking validates him at all, and Moxie has never had that at all, right? Like, oh my god, someone vaguely wants me, kind of. Oh my god, that's love, right? That's understandable from Moxie, and, like, from Millie, it's like, oh, like, how does that emotional vulnerability manifest with that past, right? Like, how does that manifest with that particular past? That, to me, would have been more interesting. Whereas Blitz has no relationship to anything here, right? Like, Blitz has no relationship to Crimson. He doesn't have a relationship with Chaz. Like, he kind of fucks Chaz just as kind of a joke. But without it really being particularly meaningful. And yeah, Blitz is just kind of a perfunctory... Oh, right, that joke. Yeah, right, that joke. And then immediately, hey, we're visually gonna imply that maybe you helped kill your own mom. I know it's not actually his mom who gets thrown into the thing there, but, like, the implication is pretty strong, right? Or at the very least, this scene is like Crimson is forcing Mox to be implicated in the kind of violence that he uses to control the world around him, which is the kind of violence that also killed Moxie's mom, right? Even if not, he didn't directly kill her. It is Crimson like, no. You're part of this, right? Like, you're part of the kind of family that does this to each other. The fucking whiplash of that. You can't go from fucking congratulations gay and dicks on springs to that. You can't do that, Helluva Boss. You can't do that to me specifically. It's illegal. Fuck you. Despite myself, I like him. Right? Like, in the way that you sort of... that you can enjoy an artistically smeared dog turd on the pavement, right? Oh, hey, that accidentally looks like a smiley. Ha ha ha. Like, in that same way, I can't help but like Chaz, right? He's like, oh, this is a very, very specific piece of shit that I can appreciate from a distance because he's not real. Right? Like, real life, oh no, I would murder him with a gun if I had access to one. But fiction, as a character, as a complicating factor in the lives of more complex and interesting and sympathetic people, he's kind of a delight. Like, I especially like him as a counterpoint to Crimson, right? Because Crimson is, like, genuinely menacing and fucking scary, right? Like, he's genuine villain, right? Like, genuine, actual, traumatizing, terrifying, scary motherfucker Crimson. And then there's this dipshit, right? And I do like that Crimson gets fooled by him. I like that. I like that dynamic, right? That Crimson is this, like, I'm the mob boss, and I'm your dad, and I'm gonna kill you, and I'm scary. But he gets fucking owned by Chaz, right? Chaz is able to get one over on him. I like that as an exploration of just the ways in which Crimson isn't as smart as he thinks he is. I like that. I like that dynamic. I like that he's the secondary villain just simply by virtue of being such a vacuous, vapid, stupid piece of shit. Right? That there's no interiority to him. Nothing more complicated going on. No deeper emotional anything. Just a specific kind of shitty dude that a lot of people have met in real life. Like, Chaz is a real kind of person. Cartoonish. Overdone, maybe a little bit, but he's a real kind of person. He is a kind of person that exists, and lots of people have, unfortunately, had the displeasure of dating a Chaz. Which, like, again, also works as a nice counterpoint to the extreme abuse of Crimson, right? It's like, most people are not children of mobsters and not complicit in murder because of their dad, right? I like that. I really do like Chaz as an antagonist for this episode.
I'm married, Chaz. And even if I weren't, I would never...
Never what? Let me take you to Cum Town again.
He's so shitty. He's such a dumb piece of shit. He's such a nothing. He's such a fucking nobody. He's such a nobody who thinks he's somebody, and his character animation is lovely as well. Also, I mean, I see someone saying that I love lame loser men. Also, he's a kind of character that, like, some people are gonna have a really good time making just the filthiest smut about this guy. Because he's such a lame loser piece of garbage. Like, some people really do get off on that, which is, like, that's a nice little bit of representation for the loser lovers in the audience. But yeah, again, it's like Blitz is really superfluous. I don't think Blitz needs to be there. I don't think he adds anything. And it's nice that Millie gets, like, the final badass fight scene, right? But that would have been a much more satisfying payoff if she had also been part of the actual build-up, of the unveiling of, like, just the extent to which Chaz is a piece of shit, the extent to which this is bullshit. If she'd been the one to discover it, and then she comes riding in as, like, the holy embodiment of fucking vengeance, and then she, like, that to me would have been more cohesive and worked a lot better. I just don't like Blitz as a part of this episode. I really don't think he adds anything. And as such, I'm sort of... I think it has problems. Like, I think the central premise of everything it's trying to do is solid. But Blitz, as this thing inside of it, neuters a lot of its potential. I really think... Because, like, Blitz isn't even in the fucking thumbnail, right? Like, it's Moxie and Millie. This was really supposed to be more of an episode for them. In a way that, like, the camp episode can't really replace that. The camp episode can't make up for that. That's not really quite enough to get there. Unhappy campers. Like, that part of Moxie's backstory, that part of his romantic relationships, his dynamic with Millie, it should have been her episode too. And Blitz is just in the way. He's just kind of a problem. He doesn't help, unfortunately. The dick jokes are good, though. The dick jokes are excellent. Moving on. Western Energy. You know what? I didn't think there was gonna be an episode like that in season 2, but I kind of think, yeah. Honestly, yeah. I kind of think it goes there. I think, actually, I think season 2 would kind of have been better without it. Because, like, what do we really get here? What do we really get here? Like, what do we get about any of the characters? And I mean, even in terms of, like, even if it was just like a comedy episode that was funny, right? It's just there to be a bunch of jokes and be funny and be a bit of levity, which there's definitely a bunch of that in there, right? Like, we have Stryker as the villain, and, like, a third of the jokes are just sort of set up to make him look silly and ridiculous.
It's vulgar.
Excuse me?
Pervert.
Like, a third of the jokes are just, like, Western cowboy nonsense about Stryker being way too fucking extra, but also kind of a loser. Like, where he's constantly jumping off of things, and, like, it doesn't really expand on Stryker as a character, right? It doesn't really expand on his interiority, what his ideology might be, if he has any, even his hypocrisy. It doesn't really dig into him as a character. He's just kind of there as a villain who gets to have a song, right? And vaguely menace Stolas a little bit. But we don't really get into any more detail about him. Secondarily, it doesn't really do anything to advance the Stolas Blitz plot that much. Like, it really kind of doesn't do that much to advance Stolas or really complicate their dynamic or deepen it in any particularly meaningful way. Like, and, like, even though we have, like, this Moxie and Millie subplot where they're going off, like, trying to track him down alone, also, they don't really get to have that much. Like, there's no... They do some jokes, they do some action shots, but they don't do anything, like, that sort of changes or runs them through an arc or really sets up much about them, I don't think. It is one of those episodes that's mostly just kind of jokes. It gets us Andy, I guess.
So, earlier, that assassin, was that you?
Guilty. Yes, it was.
You silly minx, you. Though, you know, if your husband dies, it won't turn out well for you.
He'll be dead. Why wouldn't it?
Because, my dear sister, you've already produced an heir. When he dies, his duties, his possessions, his allegiance, it will all pass to the earth. So, if you kill him, you would...
Laugh?
No, you stupid cow! You did nothing! Oh, you're so lucky you're attractive.
It does give us that, right? Like, this does matter, right? That, like, ultimately Stella's motivation going forward is trying to retain control over the household, her money, like, her family position through her daughter. I get that. But even that, like, again, one of the problems I have with the finale is that Stella doesn't really get to be... Like, Stella is just a howling, cackling bitch villain, right? It's... Because Stella isn't explored as a character either, this setup feels like maybe something that'll pay off in Season 3, but it certainly doesn't in Season 2, where she stays forever pretty much just the same bitch, right? That she's always been. And we don't really get to see her navigate a real problem or anything, because Andy kind of does everything for her. And I like that aspect of manipulation, right? Like, I've talked about this before, that I really do like that Stella, spoiled brat that she is shown to be someone who's taken advantage of by other people all the time, right? I like that, especially for a character who's such a villain, right? Who's such a piece of shit, is that there is that aspect of like, yeah, but also, not that she's a victim as such, but also like, it's not as though she isn't being taken advantage of either. Like, it's not as though she's this mastermind, very like intentionally coordinating her abuse as part of a complicated scheme. No, she's just kind of a raging cunt, right? Who exists in this society, this family structure where taking advantage of and abusing other people is just what you do. Andy casually abuses her and takes advantage of her, calls her stupid to her face, and manipulates her. So that's just what being a Goetia is, right? Not that it excuses anything, but it has the potential to complicate her, right? To deepen her as a character, to make her a more interesting villain, and that's also just not really followed up on in Mastermind or the finale, unfortunately. So I don't know, like, Western Energy just doesn't really do that much for me. It's a series of, like, nice action shots, like, great animation. Stryker, as always, is a fun villain. It's just, he's not a villain that really gets to do anything. Or mean very much. That's another disappointment I had with Mastermind, is that Stryker shows up and then just doesn't do anything. He's just there to, like, say something one time and then he's gone, and then he doesn't matter. Yeah. I really do think Western Energy is, like... The whole Western Energy episode feels like it exists solely in service of this, right? The whole episode exists entirely to justify this scene, right? And this little moment of Stolitz, which is like, that's a meaningful and expressive moment. It matters. Like, I love the text message thing where Stolitz is writing novels and Blitz is responding with single word answers, right? And Blitz just isn't able to reciprocate love in the way that Stolas wants or needs. I like that. That's a very meaningful part of their dynamic. It's like, it's a good look into how they are together and the ways in which they maybe not are not very great for each other just yet. But the whole episode as a lead up just to that, it just feels a bit wasted. Like it feels like there's a much, much better way to get to this scene in a way that really either involves, like, Octavia, again, and Stella, and deepens them as characters, sets them up a little bit more for the payoff at the end of the season, or a way in which that, like, involves Blitz more specifically, because he spends the whole episode, like, just fucking around in the hospital with Luna, and it makes sense, like, what the episode is trying to set up is that Blitz doesn't really take the idea that Stolas could be in danger seriously, right? Like, he's like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. You're Goetia, you're immortal, you're above me, you don't, like, we don't exist on the same plane. And so he's just there fucking around with, like, giving Luna her shots and so on. I get that. But it also means that, like, when you have this emotional climax that's supposed to belong to Blitz, we don't really get to see him be any part of, like, setting up for it, really. I can't help but feel that if it had been a thing of, like, Blitz goes to save Stolas, right? Like, he's the one who goes to save Stolas out of naked obligations. Like, fine, fuck Stolas, okay, you've okay, fine. And then he has to hand, like, Luna over to Millie and Moxie, and they have to wrangle her. And then Blitz is the one who goes, he deals with Stryker, and he's like, yeah, fine, I'll drop you off at home. He takes Stolas, drops him off at home, and Stolas, because he's such a, well, I don't want to cause any trouble, is pretending not to actually be injured. And then at the end, it's like, wait, what's this on the news? Aguisha has, what do you mean Aguisha has been injured? That's not, I feel like if it was more specifically a thing about, like, yeah, Blitz shows up, he saves him, but even while saving him, he just doesn't recognize that Stolas can be vulnerable at all and is, like, really inconsiderate about it in a lot of ways. That might have been stronger. But, yeah. I'm just not so sure about this episode. I don't think it's executed right. For what it's trying to do, for this emotional climax that it's trying to reach, I just don't think it's done in a way that really makes this land as hard as it could have if it had been more focused, right? If it had been less... Because, like, again, if you want to get to this, like, big emotionally resonant moment at the end, it's not a problem to have jokey jokes in the middle of that, but there does need to be... I think there needs to be more of that juxtaposition between jokey jokes and vulnerability. And I do think Blitz needs to be more of a character emotionally in the story, right? Like, even if we want to keep him at the hospital dealing with Luna, if he, like, keeps getting texts or, like Millie and Moxie are texting him, like, I actually think he means to kill Stolas, sir. And, like, Blitz has to make a decision about it, right? Like, he gets these texts that sort of keep warning him, like, hey, this might be more serious than you think, actually. This might be more serious than you think. And he keeps deciding to ignore them because he just can't conceive of them. That also would have been stronger, but Blitz just isn't emotionally engaged in anything that happens in the episode until the very end. And I can see the point of doing that. I can see the attempt at doing that. I just don't think it lands. Yeah. I just don't really think it lands. Also, Via, yeah, like Via at the hospital while Blitz is pulling back through his text could have been a good setup for Mastermind. It would have been, I really think you're right there. If Via had shown up at the hospital to be at her father's side, seeing that Blitz's neglect had gotten him injured like that could have kind of deepened, like, explained something about why Via instinctively kind of hates Blitz, right? And sees Blitz as this negative interloper. I actually agree a lot with that. If Via had been here and been a part of this scene more, and, like, especially if, like, Via is at the hospital and her dad is injured and she's like, Dad, what the hell happened? And all her dad is doing is checking the texts from Blitz and ignoring her. Again, that would have been pretty fucking strong setup for the finale. That would have been strong setup that, like, Via has a good reason to feel that Blitz's presence in her dad's life is robbing her of her own connection with him, right? It really is another one of those, like, missed opportunities to do something more to make the finale really hit, right? And so I think it is this better, like, I think getting rid of that episode, in the sense of, like, spending the time and resources and money and like, whatever, to make a different episode, where you can make the same point at the end, right? You can make the same point at the end where Blitz has to realize that Stolas can actually be vulnerable, but where the setup and where all of the, like, the way in which this is explored is handled in a way that's more focused on working towards the emotional conclusion that the series actually wants to come to at the end of the episode, that would have been better. Like, I think getting rid of this one and doing a different episode, even if it's trying to reach the same emotional points, yeah. Or just, like, even if you just fully removed the episode, even without this final scene, even without this, like, I think it's a good vignette. It's a good, like, little look into the dynamic that Blitz and Stolas have, and, like, the way that Blitz is completely disconnected from the idea that he could be loved by Stolas. That's good, but it's not worth a whole episode. And without it, I still think Full Moon would work, right? I still think X's and O's and ghost fuckers and all that. I still think that would land. I don't think this is like a linchpin scene that is absolutely necessary in order to make those emotional beats land. And so I don't really think that it itself alone justifies the existence of the episode. If Octavia were the one to catch Stolas losing consciousness because he lost blood and call the ambulance, yes, exactly, right? Like, Blitz takes Stolas home, he's injured, he's pretending to be fine. Oh, I'm fine, Blitzy, I'm a geisha, we're not so easy to kill. And then it's Via who has to fucking take care of her dad after Blitz's neglect nearly kills him. Again, sets up for the finale better, I think. Like, I think that is a better setup towards the finale. Not necessarily perfect, but certainly more. Where Western Energy otherwise just feels... It feels like mostly disconnected from anything, right? It feels mostly disconnected. And also, as Varia points out, if Via actively has to take care of her dad's suffering, that definitely also creates more of a parallel with Luna. You're correct about that. Like, that also would serve to deepen a thematic connection between the two of them as both being daughters of very damaged fathers, right? Yeah, Western Energy, I think that might be the lowest rated episode of the season, because Unhappy Campers, I was like, people were giving me so much warning about, like, oh, Unhappy Campers, you're gonna hate Unhappy Campers, it's like, that's the worst episode. People were giving me a lot of, like, negative sort of preamble to this episode, where it felt like this was like sort of the fandom's least favorite one of the entire second season, basically. And I really like Unhappy Campers. Not perfect, like, just to get it out of the way, it's somewhere in here, right? I think it's some notes, actually. I don't think it's like, oh, it has problems in the same way that... It's close, though. Like, it's right in the in-between category where I can't quite decide. I think I'll put it here, actually, ultimately. Because one of the problems I think it has is that, once again, Blitz is in an episode he kind of doesn't need to be a part of that much, where it turns out, like, the villain, as it were, the antagonist that they've been chasing this whole time, is actually his sister, and he has this very, very brief confrontation with her where they sort of gesture a little bit kind of towards some of the issues that these two have with each other. But this is way too brief, right? Like, this is like Blitz sees his sister again, and then it's like... Then it doesn't really pay off, except that, oh, she hates him. Okay, well, that could have been a 5-minute phone conversation, right? Like, it's... His presence in the episode doesn't feel enough to quite justify... Like, this confrontation, rather, doesn't feel enough to quite justify his presence in the episode. Especially when the thematic thing of Blitz having difficulty reconnecting with his family, right, and difficulty letting go, doesn't really connect thematically to what's going on with Moxie and Millie here, I don't think. Because, like, I do like that we get to see Millie... I like the gender fuckery that's happening, for one thing. I like that. I like that we're sort of getting to explore Moxie's femininity, which is a thing that his father would hate about him, right? And we get to explore, like, Millie's masculinity, and she gets to get that validation from these kinds of... performing this kind of masculinity that she sort of... Again, with Millie, it would have been nice if there had been some previous episodes kind of setting up this idea, like, where Moxie has... definitely some, like, oh, he's not quite traditionally masculine stuff going on. Where you can kind of see that. Millie, I don't think as much gets to have that setup of, like, we get to see that, like, that she feels insufficiently validated by her parents, right? We get to see that she feels, you know, like, Like, she's never really quite good enough for them. And, like, that kind of makes sense. The fucking Yamcha pose. Like, so that, in that sense, that kind of makes sense. That she would get so much out of the validation. It's just, I feel like a little bit more could have been done prior to this episode to establish that Millie would be very taken in by this kind of, like, getting to be the cool one for once, right? I like that. I like that they fucked with gender a little bit between the two characters. I like that there's a contrast there, like where part of the conflict between them is that Millie is able to be effortlessly accepted just by being her own authentic self, right? Whereas Moxie's struggle is that he kind of can't stop putting on a performance that he thinks other people will like, right? That he has this thing of, like, he's even when he's doing this and it's supposed to be this freeing creative exercise for him, he can't stop putting on a performance, right? Like, he can't stop pretending to be something that he really isn't quite, right? Millie doesn't put on a persona so much as she just kind of remembers that she has an assumed name and just goes and acts as herself. Moxie's like, okay, I have studied how to do this. I have watched all of the TV shows. I have created this persona, which is precision calculated to be perfect in every way by all of the rules, because I have read all the rules, I understand all the rules, and I'm going to perfectly perform all of the rules, and then everyone will like me. And it doesn't work. That's very autism coded, right? Like, that's neurodivergent, really. Like, this thing of, like, if I can just figure out the right script, right? If I can just figure out the right character to play, then I will be accepted, right? And that difficulty, that struggling with trying to find an authentic expression of yourself that other people will connect with, right? Like, that's a very neurodivergent thing. That's a very neurodivergent coded. Like, and I'm not gonna, like, I'll leave it to trans people to have opinions about how that interacts with the gender thing, like that Moxie is putting on this exaggerated sort of hyper-femme performance that's instantly rejected by, you know, by the cis girls. That's not really for me to comment on. I do like it as a neurodivergent thing, right? Like, the Moxie is so stuck in trying to play the rules that it sort of cuts him off from feeling like he could be authentically vulnerable in himself. And by the end of the episode, it's when Moxie earnestly connects as himself that, like, his relationship with Millie is, like, mended. Although, again, I don't know, maybe they don't quite pull that off fully. I kind of wish here at the end that when Moxie comes on stage and, like, gives the speech and stuff, that this is the moment when he's able to be authentically himself, and that's the moment when everyone kind of goes, oh, she was actually kind of cool all along. She was just insecure. Oh, okay. And there's a moment of, like, social acceptance before we cut to the joke of, like, they're just fucking on stage, right? If there'd been, like, a moment of Moxie getting to be accepted for being his authentic self, and then we do the joke, I think maybe that would have landed more on that level. But yeah, like, the central conflict between Millie and Moxie being this, like, struggle of authenticity versus I never feel like I fit in anywhere. Like, and, like, Millie being joyful that she finally gets to fit in effortlessly and be adored effortlessly, right? Like, be adored just for being who she is, and Moxie just can't get that. That's cool, but that just doesn't relate to the conflict between Blitz and his sister in a way that I can see. Right? Like the conflict between Blitz and his sister doesn't really have anything to do with authenticity or the ability to perform versus being, like, your authentic self. Those things don't really relate. That's all about, like, their baggage and damage from, like, the horrible shit that both of them have been through, right? I get that the idea that, like, oh, it's alienation, right? Like, that Blitz is alienated from his family in the way that Moxie is alienated from peers, friends, from having other people see him. Like, okay, kind of. But ultimately, my feeling after this was just, like, I didn't get to see enough of Blitz and Barbara's relationship to really feel like this episode did something to explore them. And at the end, I felt like I was missing a little bit more of Moxie and Millie. I was missing a little bit more of them. That, like, the space that Blitz is taking up here could have maybe been used on them a little bit more. Rather than this thing, which, like, as someone says, as a doc says in chat, like, yeah, this feels like it's set up for later, right? Like, this feels like it's something that's like, okay, we need to have the storyline with Blitz and his sister later on in season 3 or whatever, so we're shoving it in here. But that means that in the context of season 2, which is all we have, I don't have season 3, I don't have season 4 to sort of look at and go, okay, this was set up for that. In the context of season 2, this is just kind of a dead end. This kind of doesn't do that much, and it gets in the way of the thing that the episode was doing otherwise. And even within this, like, I think if they wanted to do Blitz having a confrontation with his sister, I think he should have found out that she was the person carrying out the murders, like that she was the reason for this happening here. Way earlier, and they should have had more time of, like, Blitz chasing her around the camp or, like, trying to talk to her and, like, having those little snippets of conversation where they can, like, bounce grievances back and forth between each other, or, like, give us more implication of their dynamic or who they used to be, or a flashback or whatever, rather than her being revealed at the very end, and then we only have, like, 30 seconds to really have a conversation between the two of them, and then she fucks off. It's, yeah, even within the context of we want to use this episode to set up Barbara, I think there's a better way to do it. And so, yeah, it probably has to land, and it has problems. It probably has to. I feel more generous. I think I feel more generous towards unhappy campers than I otherwise would. Barbie, not Barbara, right? Whatever. I think it's because I keep with barbed wire. I always get barbed wire and Barbarella mixed up too in my head. I think it's probably the same mechanism. I had a thought I was going through. Right, I think I feel more positively towards unhappy campers just on principle because I got all of that negative feedback ahead of time. I saw people being like, oh, unhappy campers, oh, that one, right? And then I was sort of surprised to find that it's just kind of cringe. It's just a bunch of, like, cringe humor and embarrassment humor, but it's not bad. So I think I feel more positively towards it because of that. I'm more forgiving of it, just because I had that, like, this is not nearly as bad as I was promised. Us neurodivergents can't take the cringe. I mean, yeah, like, I felt seen in the scenes where Moxie is just, like, trying to perform a social role correctly and then gets viciously mocked for it. Yeah, no, I've not quite with the gender thing, but I've been there. Like, that's ADHD does that to you as well. And that can be very, very unpleasant. And difficult to cope with, but still, like, that doesn't make the episode bad. It actually makes it quite effective, because if it touches you, like, if it makes you cringe, if it reaches you in that way, that means it's touching on something real. And that's good art is supposed to do that. It's not always supposed to make you comfortable. Sometimes it's supposed to make you feel like, no, don't do this to me. Right? That's what art is supposed to do sometimes. So, oops. Fizz and Aussie. Again, my critical mind is there seeing, like, okay, but this is not what the season is building up towards, right? Like, my critical mind is having that impulse to go, okay, if they weren't here taking up this entire episode, basically, and the next one, right? What else could have been done that was more specifically directed towards hitting what the finale is trying to do? Like, hitting the central emotional beat that the finale wants to build up to, right? I think that's a valid criticism, essentially, but I don't think that'll be my criticism. Like, I don't really think every episode of the season needs to be like 100% laser focused only on getting to the conclusion of the finale, right? So like I have this impulse that I could make that criticism, but I don't really want to. I don't think that's the best way to criticize these episodes. I don't think so. Oh God, I love smear frames. I'm sitting here thinking, like, do I really have any criticisms of these episodes? Like, do I really? Like, is there really anything in here that I'm like, that I feel like would have been better if it had been done some other way? Because I'm not really, I don't think so. I'm sort of scrolling through it quickly here, trying to find something to something to tee off of, but I don't actually think so. I don't really think. Like, maybe again that, like, we got a couple of villains that are underutilized, right? Like, we get Stryker and Moxie back, seemingly striking up some kind of partnership, and then they don't really get to do anything. Like, they're just sort of plot conveniences. They are there to create a situation of peril from which, you know, Blitz and Fizz can escape and sort of reconnect, being forced to reconnect due to the emotional volatility of the situation. Sure. It's like some underutilized villains that could definitely have been used to do more, right? Like, be more interesting as presences, where they mostly just serve the function of, like, mostly just serve like a completely perfunctory plot function, right? Like, it's like, there needs to be a villain who kidnaps Fizz so Blitz can save him and they can, like, have their connection about the guilt and the pain and the trauma that they went through. And so we can, like, so we can really establish what a piece of shit Cash is. But then sometimes, like, a villain is just a thing that you use for a purpose, right? Like, sometimes a villain just needs to serve a narrative role in order to set up for something else to happen. And, like, I don't think that's really a flaw. Like, what else? Like, sure, but, like, what else are you going to do? The problem there isn't really that the villains are not a presence in this episode, so much as it's that the villains don't really get to be a presence in the show as a whole. And that's a Helluva Boss problem we talked about back in season 1 as well, right? We talked about that in season 1, that underutilized and weak villains was kind of a problem for the show, right? Like, the Cherubs aren't interesting or good. Like, Veronica and Stella don't really get to be interesting villains. The Dorks are not interesting villains. They're just idiotic dipshits, right? Season 1 lacked... She was an antagonist. Yeah, not a villain, an antagonist, certainly. She's an antagonist in Spring Breakers. But that's a problem season 1 had, is, like, Stryker was a compelling villain character, but then also, it's like, he doesn't get to do anything else in season 1 at all. And then when he comes back in season 2, it's still... he doesn't really get to be a character. That's the problem, is the villains have, as yet, not really gotten to be characters, is my problem, I think, right? All the heroes are characters, all the protagonists, all the central characters, they get to be characters so much, right? But then the villains, Andy, Stella, not really people yet. Not really characterized. Not really characters who have issues, problems, wants, desires, interiorities that can be explored, or that can give you a greater picture of how someone ends up in that antagonist role. Andy is fine as he is. He's a fun villain. Yeah, Andy is probably fine being shallow. Like, Andy is probably fine being shallow on his own. Stella, though, I still insist that Stella there needs to be an interiority to her. She needs, like, especially her relationship with Octavia, is too weak right now, right? Like, it's Octavia being sort of like so much a daddy's girl. The total absence of her mother in that is a real flaw with Octavia and, like, Octavia and Stolas' dynamic that Stella just isn't really present in it, because Octavia references her mother constantly, right? Like, you don't love mom, you don't love me, you love him, right? Like, he hates my mother more than he loves me, right? Like, Octavia has a relationship to Stella and, like, an emotional attachment to her and an emotional difficulty dealing with her. Stella doesn't seem to have any opinion about being a mom at all, right? And again, if that's the relationship that's supposed to be there, is that Stella is totally neglectful, like totally uninvolved, uninterested in anything that happens in Octavia's life, fine, but even that has not really been made explicit in the story. It's not been explored, right? It's been 2 seasons with nothing but angry ex-wife. Yeah, I like I said, like, I've seen that Viv Madrana has talked about how Stella will be explored more in the future, and that's cool. That's good. She needs to be. But that still leaves us with the problems that are caused by the fact that she isn't explored before then. And it doesn't really need to be much. Like, we don't need to have a full Stella-centric episode. It's just, in Season 2, I feel like there are times where, even if not fully exploring it, there could have been an implication of what her interiority is, right? Whatever it is, like, even if it's shallow and mean and cruel and there's really nothing else to her, even if she is like this empty, hollow shell of just a person who's just a total bitch and who doesn't have any capacity or interest in changing, that's fine. But even that hasn't been explored, right? She's just kind of there, cackling and laughing. So, yeah. Weak villains. It's the problem that the show has. And that's a thing which is true for, Oops and the Circus, right? Mammon is, I think, Mammon is a better villain character. Again, because, like, this is sort of the thing that Stella lacks. Mammon is explicitly shown to be just shallow and vapid. Like, inside and out, from top to bottom, every part of him, we do explore him enough to know that it's like, oh, this guy is just what he is, right? Like, he is just greed. It is also because Mammon is a sin, right? Like, he's this embodiment of a very specific kind of, this very specific thing in a way that Stella isn't. It sort of comes down to the concept, right? That he is just an exploitative capitalist, and he loves being an exploitative capitalist because that is his nature as a sin, right? In a way that, like, Stella, on the other hand, like, there's so many reasons to think that there might be more to Stella, right? There's so many reasons to think that Stella might have more to her in a way that there kind of isn't with Mammon so much. So I don't know. Anyway, tier list is technically what we're doing here. And I think both of the Fizz episodes just kind of go there, honestly. Because I don't really think there's that much that needs to be changed about them. No, I really don't. Like, because, like, the circus episode is used very effectively both to get inside of Fizz's head, like, explore him as a character and what's going on with him, and Blitz. Like, and the same thing with Oops. Is like, these are episodes that focus on the relationship between the two of them, right? And, like, the damage that both of them have and the way that that damage has led them to the lovers that they now have and to the lives that they now lead. And it's like, yeah, like, that's very effective, right? Like, Fizz's whole thing that he's unable to deal with the hater, right? That, like, this voice of his own insecurities is able to so effectively abuse him and he kind of can't get himself to reject that abuse because it resonates with like his internal feeling of inferiority and insufficiency, and that sort of connects to his experience of disability. Is like, yeah, that works. And like the way that Blitz, with his like constant need to be everyone's savior, right? His need to be a protector can be validated and be something positive, right? Like that Blitz's presence as someone who can defend his friend, like be his friend's confidence and strength when Fizz doesn't have the capacity for it. I think that works. Also, data corruption, but the fucking summoning Aussie like a JoJo stand. That's still, ooh, that is some good fucking hype. That is.
Holy shit! Oh, look who's acting like a big fucking hero. Careful what you say, Aussie. Wouldn't want your little secret getting out, would we? I don't care anymore.
I like that. Like that final confrontation being one where Aussie also very, very publicly is like, no, I'm fucking this imp. Fuck you. Right? As like, again, a rejection of Fizz's inferiority complex, like this feeling he has that he's broken and not quite worth it, right? Like, which is something he shares with Blitz, right? Blitz also has that thing of like, I'm never enough, I can't be enough, like I can't be enough to make up for what a piece of shit I am. I can't be enough to make up for all the hurt I've caused other people. That they share, like, there's something in the nature of that pain and that injury that he and Blitz share, which, like, oh, right, that makes perfect sense. It's like, that's part of why they complement each other, why they can help each other, is because they have that shared damage to some extent. Yeah, no, I think these two episodes are just good. Like, I think they are just, like, good. And I don't think there's anything could be changed about them, really. I don't even think it's like, oh, Blitz and Aussie needed to be more present in the season. No, they had the exact right amount of presence, which is like a healing of the relationship with Blitz, and then Fizz sort of starting to move past some of his own issues. He got built out basically just as much as he needed to be, you know, to feel like a full character, and then the season yields the space for other characters to do what they need to do. That's the right approach, honestly. Honestly, it's mostly just like, shit, I wish I felt as positively about Luna and about Millie and Moxie in this season as I do about Fizz and Aussie. That, like, they feel like they get an arc. They feel like they get a storyline that, like, starts at a place, gets to another place, and doesn't completely finish up all of their issues or whatever, but, like, reaches a new equilibrium from which stories can be told. Yeah, I don't think I have notes. I really don't think I do. These are just really good fucking episodes. Yeah. They're just good episodes, man. Which moves us on to the moon that is full.
Thank you to the butterflies in my stomach. I haven't felt this nervous since I was a little fluffy down nesting. My daring do is half disguised behind the smile. My beak is grinding, ever minding. I swore I wouldn't dwell on the divorce, so for my own health, I'll remind myself that when I see him, I know that it won't feel so tough. I'll believe him and not the voice that says I'm not enough.
It's the full moon. I fucking love this song, by the way. That's a very good musical number. Very Has-Been Hotel, honestly, in the approach to, like, being a musical that's, like, literally, like, a setup I want song, sort of, kind of, for the character. Like, there was a thread, I think, on Twitter that was shared about the way that Helluva Boss approaches genre, right? Like, and about the way in which, like, Blitz kind of exists in an action comedy, Stolas exists in a soap opera, and the way that those things clash. I don't disagree with that at all. Like, I think there's definitely a reasonable point. There's a reasonable point to be made there about, like, the way that the tonal whiplash of the show is used intentionally to sort of ground characters in one thing or the other, and sort of show the way that they enter one another's worlds, right? Like, so that in this episode, Blitz is so deep in the soap opera that he doesn't notice the action comedy happening right behind him, right? Like, that he becomes separated from that because he's entering Stolas' world, and in Stolas' world, well, big, dramatic, emotional gestures that are maybe a little bit ill-judged and manipulative and toxic, that's the norm, and Blitz doesn't have the tools to deal with that, right? Like, Blitz enters a soap opera, but has absolutely none of the skills needed to cope with being in a soap opera. And that's part of the reason why this goes so poorly, among many other things. And I can definitely see that argument. I don't think that's a bad read at all. I ultimately can't help, but again, because it's my bugbear, I just can't help but be like, but the, like, underutilized villains still, right? It's the dorks, it's the cherubs, right? Like, I like that they brought the cherubs back, right? And that we get to sort of explore a little bit the way that these characters, like, dogmatism and like, sort of assumption of their own total self-righteousness is a flaw that can be used to exploit them. And, like, is like, not just haha funny villain thing, but, like, a thing that's interpersonally destructive between them, right? That the lamb is constantly made sacrifice. And constantly used as the punching bag for the two others. Like, there's a character dynamic there that, like, that could be fun, that could be interesting to explore. Whereas the dorks are just, well, they're just the dorks, right? Like, they still don't really do anything or have anything going on in terms of an interiority. And so, like, the whole thing of, like, okay, giving the cherubs, like, robot suits and sending them on a murder mission. I do like the fucking procession of, like killer Catholics with crosshairs on their fucking... I do like that. But I don't, yeah. It still feels like villains that are sort of just there to be jokes, right? Like, that are sort of just there to be jokes. And the fact that as complicating factors, they don't relate at all to the central thing of the show or the episode, which is Blitz and Stolas, right? Like, that they don't really get to, like, that the issues that they have, that what little deepening of their characters that we do get to see just doesn't really relate to any of what's happening with Stolas and Blitz. And it couldn't. Like, I don't think it can. I don't think there is a way to do that. I don't know. It feels less like they are villains that are interacting actively with what the episode is about or what it's trying to do, and more like, oh, we need a B-plot, right? Like, we need a thing to cut away from this soap opera to some comedy that can lighten the mood, and we're just kind of, again, deploying the villains as a means towards that end, right? Like, as a means to break up the drama. And fair enough. Like, okay, fair enough. It's just, yeah, I just, again, wish that if there needed to be a villain, if there needed to be, like, big action set pieces in this episode, that it was more cohesive rather than being completely disconnected from one another. Like I said, I can see the argument that, like, the fact that Blitz is disconnected from the action comedy completely signifies that he's entering a world that he's not really suited for, right? Because he doesn't know how to navigate this. I can see that argument. I don't think it's a bad argument. But I can only sort of go by my own feelings, which is that, okay, but was there a way to do that where the villains themselves, like, one of the central things that happen here between Stolas and Blitz is a deep, deep, deep miscommunication, right? Like, a deep misalignment of expectations, misalignment of understanding of what their relationship is, what they're even supposed to be doing here. It feels like there would be a way to reflect that in the Cherubs, at least, right? That there is this misalignment of values, this misalignment of expectations, this total miscommunication between who they are, what they want, where they want to go. Not in the sense that the Cherubs should have, like, an emotionally deep storyline with one another, but that the issues that are causing friction within their group have some kind of, like, thematic parallel to the issues that are causing friction between Stolas and Blitz. I feel like they're probably, but again, I'm saying this, but it's also, I'm saying that, and it's like, yeah, but in order for that to land, the Cherubs would need to have been better explored characters beforehand, right? There would have needed to be at least one episode or two prior to this where they are also minor characters or whatever, where we see those seeds being planted so that they can get paid off by, like, having that parallel. And that's not really this episode's fault, right? So it's this thing of, like, I completely understand why they're using the Cherubs the way that they are, right? I can completely understand the idea of having this comedy action bit to cut back to as a contrasting opposite, right, to the interpersonal emotional drama that Blitz is suffering. But ultimately, it feels disconnected because it is, right? Like, it feels like these two things don't relate to each other because they don't. And that's, even if that's the intention, that still means I'm sitting here like, okay, half of this episode feels like it wasn't related to what the episode was about at all, right? And that feels a little unsatisfying to me, right? Like, that feels like, it feels like there's a way to do that where it would feel more cohesive and satisfying at the end. But how big of a problem is that really? Is the question. I accidentally went backwards there. How big of a problem is that really with the episode? Like, is that a problem with the way the episode is actually written and put together, or is that just my preference? I don't know. But this is a tier list about my preference, so I think we'll put some notes there. Because this is my tier list. It's my feelings. It's all I have to offer you. And I feel like I get it. I understand what the episode is doing. I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think there's anything there that needs to be removed. Just, I have some notes. Like, I have some thoughts about how exactly it worked. Which moves us on, and we're making good pace here for once. Moves us on to Apology Tour. How do I feel about Apology Tour? I love that the two of them got together. That's just a funny joke. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I don't 100% know. Let's start here. Let's start there, and then we can talk about it. Because, like, maybe I have some notes. Maybe. I'm trying to sort through it right now in my head. And my feelings about, like... Is there a way that this could have been done differently that would work better? Is there anything I could really have some notes about here? I mean, kind of, I guess, a little, like, we get to have this moment with Veronica, right? Where she and Blitz get to emotionally connect for a second, and Blitz kind of has to reckon with the damage he's caused her, right? And that's a very strong part of the episode. Right? Like, that Blitz is being forced to confront the fact that people do care for him, and that he has a responsibility to them, right? Like, he has a responsibility to treat that care with care, right? Like, he has a responsibility to take those relationships seriously and be there for the people who invest their feelings in him. That's very strong. I do feel like the whole comedy apology tour, right? Like, which is the title of the episode, right? Like, is this Blitz going on this very insincerely held, sort of performative, I don't really understand how to deal with my issues, attempt at making amends, right? Like, making apologies. And sort of being sorry for the damage that he's caused. All of this is played for comedy. I think that is, in essence, fine. But I do wish at the party for Blitz's exes, which is all the people he has ever hurt, right? Like all of the people who have ever had their hearts broken by him. I kind of wish he was confronted with more than just Veronica and Blitz. I kind of wish he had a conversation with a character, like someone who's not a major character, who's never going to come back, who's like just a background, but like some ex that he burned really badly and that he hurt. And where it's like, we don't have to get the whole backstory explanation, but where it's not just, ha ha ha, they're burning him in effigy and like throwing darts at his face, but where he has to kind of actually navigate trying to make a sincere apology to someone that he has hurt for real. And maybe fuck it up, right? Like that he meets an ex at the party, someone who he hurt badly, and he actually does feel bad about it. But again, his inability to really process, right? Like his inability to really connect with his feelings and be sincere about it. Beetlejuice. That fucks him up and makes him unable to like do anything about that emotional connection and make amends. I feel like narratively there is a need for Blitz to have that conversation with someone who isn't a major character, right? Like who isn't like a part of the extended cast, who isn't Veronica, who isn't Stolas, someone who's like, who we never really get to see or who's not really important as such to Helluva Boss as a whole. But just sort of to build out this idea that Blitz has lived a long life of bad relationships, right? And also, the other thing is, Blitz is fucked up, and his relationships get fucked up because he's fucked up, right? Like, he has all of this damage, he doesn't know how to navigate it in a healthy way. He has this deep internalized self-loathing where he doesn't believe that he could ever be good enough for anyone to truly love, right? That's part of his emotional damage. And so I do feel like I wish a little bit more time had been spent in this episode actually dealing with, hey, how does Blitz feel about the relationships that went bad, right? Like, how does he feel about it? Because, like, guilt, sure, but also, I don't think Blitz was, like, unhurt by those relationships, right? Like, I don't think Blitz is, like, the one-sided bad guy in all of them, because that's rarely how it works. right? Like, it's rarely just that one damaged person is causing all of the damage in all of the relationships, and they are the reason all of the relationships fall apart. Like, that's... Usually, a damaged person gets attracted to people whose damage complement theirs in ways that can be helpful, healthy, but also really toxic, right? Toxic for everyone involved, right? And if we're dealing with, like, trying to sort of get realistically into the emotions of this, some of the pain that Blitz feels from all of these broken relationships, right? Like, because what the episode makes it out to be on the surface, at the very least, it's that Blitz's apologies, right? Like, his attempts to make amends are all insincere, except with Stolas and maybe with Rosica a little bit, right? Like, that Stolas is the only one that he's willing to sincerely make an effort to, like, reckon with the damage. And that's, like, I don't think that's true of Blitz, right? Like, Blitz is this ball of internalized self-hate who feels intense guilt for every wrong thing he has ever done to anyone ever and doesn't know how to deal with it. That's why at the start of the episode he regresses to this, like, I am a fuck toy and I'm just gonna fuck you and that's gonna fix everything because that's all I'm good for, right? Like, that's why he regresses to that, because he doesn't know any other way. He can't conceive of any other way in which he could be valuable to someone in a relationship, right? He could be worth dating, worth investing in or caring about. Like, hey, but wait, what do you mean it's not? Like, but fucking you is all I got, right? Like, that's all I'm good for. This is my function. Is I can be useful as a means to pleasure for a while, and then you'll throw me away like everyone else does because I'm terrible, and you'll realize that. This is all he has, right? This is his only attempt at rekindling a relationship that he wants. Because he doesn't believe deep down that he has anything else meaningful to offer, right? And that's a very hurt person who thinks that way. That's someone who has had some real bad experiences of being used, right? That's also truth seekers, right? Like, Blitz's internal mind space when he thinks of Stolas and the relationship is chains, right? Like, being chained up, being used, right? Like, becoming an object for someone else's pleasure. I don't think it's the first time he's been in that relationship dynamic, right? Where he was really just an object that someone else used to get off with, right? Like, that he was just a convenient thing whose purpose, like the way in which he could be a positive presence in their life, is to get them off. And then otherwise, like, not be cared about. Like, I don't think that all comes just from he blames himself for his mother dying. I think that has to come, at least in part, from being part of some toxic relationships where that dynamic was reinforced. Partly because he instinctively probably seeks out people who will treat him that way because that's what he feels like he deserves. But also, like, I feel like Blitz must have also gotten hurt in these relationships. I feel like all of this can't just be, oh my god, these are all my victims. It kind of has to be, oh, that guy broke my heart, right? Like, that guy made me doubt myself and made me feel miserable for months, and I made the decision to break up with him because I couldn't take it anymore, and then I felt guilty about breaking up with him because I felt like I owed him everything. And that really hurt, right? Like, it feels like there was an opportunity here to explore a little bit of the interiority of how Blitz's issues would lead him into painful emotional situations where his emotional investment in someone is repaid with nothing, right? Like, is repaid by ending up feeling like he's being used, because that's also the thing that happens in Aussies, right? In Aussies, we get that scene at the end after the date has gone absolutely terrible. And he's dropping Stolas off, right? And Stolas tries to connect with him genuinely. Stolas is like, do you want to come in? We can just sit and talk. We don't have to do anything. And Blitz only, like, no, you just want to fuck me because that's all I'm good for. Blitz has that instant reaction where he assumes that no one could possibly want anything else with him, right? Like, this thing that sounds like a genuine offer of companionship from Stolas, that can only be a ploy to get me to fuck him, because that's the only thing I'm good for. There's already been that implication that this is how Blitz has experienced relationships in his life, right? Like, that it's always been transactional. It has always been, I give something, and then yeah, I get something sometimes, but like my function is to provide a service, and beyond that, I am not worth being with. And it would have been nice to have the episode delve into that for just a second. At least just like imply that, oh yeah, it's not all Blitz is the bad guy in every relationship he's ever had. Also because that's Blitz's assumption, right? Like that's Blitz's guilt is I'm the bad guy in every relationship. I fuck up everything. I break everything. I ruin everything. I am the problem always. And like the presentation that the episode has, that these are all the people that Blitz has hurt, right? And this is all the people who have legitimate grievances with him and who legitimately are made to suffer by him. The surface of the episode kind of seems to validate that, right? Like the Blitz is the problem over and over again. Where one of the things is like, in the relationship with Stolas, Stolas is part of the problem. Right? Like that's kind of an important part of Stolas' character, is that part of the reason why their relationship ended up the fucked up way that it is because Stolas started it by treating Blitz as a gigolo. We saw that in Murder Family, right? Like that's the phone call he gets in Murder Family where Stolas like, Blitzy, my darling, I would like you to bleep me in the bleep with the bleep, 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 right? Like, just dirty talking, like treating him like this is a call boy, right? Like this is a rent-a-boy I can just call for sex. That's Stolas' part of the problem. Part of the reason why this relationship ended up breaking apart pretty badly is because Stolas is also bad at handling it, right? And Stolas' treatment of Blitz as a sex object clearly hurt him. It made Blitz quite unhappy, even if he felt like he deserved it, even if he has this emotional fear that that's all he'll ever deserve from a relationship. Stolas still hurt him, right? That's what this song is partly about, is Stolas kind of going like, shit, like, did I come on too strong? Did I go too far? Right? And so I wish the rest of the episode had delved into that just a little bit, given Blitz a little bit more of that. A little bit of an opportunity to be like, oh yeah, like Blitz's problems definitely make him toxic in a relationship. And also, he has been hurt as well, right? Like not all of his exes were untoxic to him, right? And like the opportunity there was kind of to do that with Veronica in part, right? Like that, this is like clearly one of the closest relationships he's had where like his leaving hurt her really, really badly, right? And the question I had at the end of the episode is like, okay, but what did Blitz just leave because he's an asshole? Did he just hurt her because he's a dipshit? Or was it because there was something in her that like caused him to recoil or run away in fear, right? He left because he was scared of commitment. Well, certainly that's Veronica's interpretation, right? Like, in this conversation, we get Veronica's interpretation of their relationship, which is valid, right? Like, this is her emotional experience of what happened to her, what Blitz did to her. Blitz never talks about how he felt in the relationship, right? He never really gets to express, like, what he felt being with her, or why he even ran away. Like, what was the emotional impulse that made him do that? We don't get that, right? Like, why is it that Blitz ran away when she confessed her love, right? Why? What was the dynamic in their relationship that made Blitz afraid of that? Right? Because we've seen Veronica has a bit of a drinking problem, right? Like, she has been to rehab. And, like, is that part of it? Like, Blitz is like, oh shit, she confessed her love to me. If I stay with her, I'm going to have to try and help fix her. And I can't fix her because I can only break things if I stay with her. I'm going to make her worse in every way, and it's going to hurt her, right? Like, is that it? Because that's not that uncommon as a reason why someone intentionally blows up their own relationships, is like, I'm saving them from being with me because I'm terrible, right? Not that that's a good idea. Not that that's a good thing to do to anyone, substance abuse or not, like, doesn't matter. But is that why? We don't know. Like, my point isn't that there is something that Blitz could say that would justify his behavior, or make him the good guy, or make him the aggrieved party. Just that there's an emotional complexity to these kinds of relationships that could be better explored if we got Blitz's perspective on literally any of them, right? If we saw how Blitz feels about literally any of those relationships beyond just, I'm so guilty because I'm the worst and I'm the reason all my relationships fall apart and I'm the problem, right? Just one flashback, anything that would give us some insight into his emotional experience of those relationships, I think would have been stronger. And that's not a big problem with the episode. It's not a huge deal, right? The episode works for what it is. It's just a little bit of insight into what all of these relationships meant to the other person who was in them, rather than merely reminders of failure, I think would have helped. I think it would have strengthened the emotional impact of it at the end, right? I think it would also, like, again, if the relationships are not treated as something that's worth extended discussion by the episode, right? Like, it's like, oh yeah, he had a bunch of relationships. It's, wow, so many. Boy, there sure are a lot of people here. Oh, well, that's a joke. Moving on. Then, like, it also doesn't land quite as hard that Blitz here, like, at this moment, he makes an active decision to be better, right? At this moment, he's like, I don't want this to be my relationships forever. I want to be better. I want to do better. I want to not get into this shit again. I want this not to be my experience of romance for the rest of my life. He makes an active decision here to be better, right? Like, to take responsibility for his problems and try and do something about it, right? And that decision hits harder if we get to see a little bit more of, like, how those relationships maybe broke his heart a little bit as well, right? Rather than just, oh, it's all his comedy evil exes that hate him. It's, I don't know. And Ghostfuckers then does that. Like, that's the thing. Like, Ghostfuckers takes a dive into Blitz's psychology in a way that deepens him a lot, right? And yeah, I think my note is that, right? Like, that this episode could have spent a bit more time in Blitz's interiority. And a bit of the jokey joke time could maybe have been spent on that, right? Specifically because the episode is about trying to deconstruct some of Blitz's maladaptive coping mechanisms, right? It's about how Blitz has no way to cope with a breaking of a relationship that he actually cares about. And that's clearly a pattern with him. Would have been interesting to see, like, some other relationship that he actually invested in, that he actually cared about, that went to shit, and why, right? Like, what it was that he did, what it was that was done to him that caused that to happen. It would have strengthened it, I think. But I think that's the note. I think that is the sum note that I have. Everything else, I think everything else about the episode works perfectly. Like, this opening conversation between Stolas, who's trying so hard just to have a little bit of peace and distance from it, and Blitz, who absolutely cannot fucking let go of anything ever because he doesn't have those emotional coping skills. It's a great demonstration of the mismatch between the two of them and the way that they can't connect yet, right? The way that, like, Stolas tries, again, like the text messages, right? Stolas is sending novel-length text messages to Blitz. Blitz is giving back one-word answers. Same thing happens here, right? With the same dynamic of Stolas is pouring out his heart. He's trying to be emotionally open and honest with Blitz, and Blitz's only means of dealing with that is, dicks, fucking, cunt, sex, I don't know, right? That they can't communicate because they just don't have the skills to see each other in that way yet. I think that's perfect. And I think Blitz, again, like, trying to deal with that in the worst possible way, like in the shallowest, sort of least engaged, most perfunctory, performative kind of way, is like, yes, that is like how he would try and, like, isn't that how you're supposed to do it? Because he doesn't understand what the function of an apology is yet. And what it means to take any responsibility for it. He doesn't know that yet, right? So that works very well. I like the conversation between him and Verosika. Like, I like that Verosika gets to pour her heart out and, like, gets to become more complicated than just the antagonist that she has been. I like that Stolas gets to make out with someone else. Like, that's one of the things. Like, Stolas is a fucking virgin, right? Like, well, not literally, but in the sense of he has no experience with romance whatsoever outside of his telenovelas, and, like, that one really poorly considered, like, whirlwind, torrid sex fuck romance he had with the one guy, right? And Stola's part of what he needs as a person is to have some experiences that aren't just confined to my bitch wife and the one person, like the one basket I've put all of my eggs into as my chance at happiness. He needs more than that, right? He needs to have some kind of life outside of Blitz, outside of just his family. That's what he needs in order to progress, right? That's one of the things Octavia gets mad at him for, is like trying to seek a world outside of the one that she's trapped in. So I like that. I like that this episode very explicitly has Stolas, like, rejecting the situation he feels trapped in and going, okay, I can explore something else outside of that. Like, I like that as a point of characterization for him a lot. And I like that Blitz gets jealous of it, right? I like that it's this thing of, like, the specific exposure of the hypocrisy that, on the one hand, Blitz opens the episode being like, I'm a fuck machine, I only care about fucking, I don't care about feelings, like, whatever, I'm casual, I'm loose. And then the moment the boyfriend makes out with someone who isn't him, is like, ah! I cannot handle this emotionally! Right? That he gives lie to his own behavior in that way. That's well judged. Maybe a nod to Blitz not understanding apologies because he never really received them. That's the other thing, right? Like, Blitz doesn't know how to apologize to other people because he's never received them. He doesn't feel like he deserves them, right? Like, he doesn't feel like he really deserves for anyone else to feel bad about what they've done to him, really, right? Because everything is my fault because I'm a piece of shit and I hate myself, right? And that's also, like, again, the dad, like Cash, right? Like, Cash, who clearly treated Blitz like, well, if you're not putting everything of yourself all the time into helping the family, or helping me specifically, right? Like, if you're not constantly making yourself useful to me, then you're a bad person, right? Like, you're a bad son, you're a failure in some way. That's absolutely part of the emotional sort of backdrop for why Blitz is the way that he is, right? And again, that's why, like, in season 3, I really kind of want to get Cash in as a character. I would like Cash to be a character in more than one episode. I would like him to be a recurring character for, like, 2 or 3 episodes where he's there and constantly just this toxic problem that Blitz doesn't know how to deal with, and then we get the episode where it's like, no, you know what, fuck you, I'm kicking you out of my life, I don't owe you anything, you're a piece of shit, fuck off, right? I kind of don't want it to be just a one and done thing. I kind of want Cash to be this thing that hovers on Blitz and he just can't deal with, but yeah, whatever. That's not about this particular episode. Ghost fuckers. I cannot fucking believe they got John Waters. How the fuck did they get John Waters? I don't... Also, why are there subtitles here? The hell? Why are they coded into the episode? I don't understand. I don't think I got hard-coded subs for that. Okay, well. Anyway, there are subtitles on this one, I guess. How the fuck did they get John Waters, though? Like, how the fuck did they actually get John Waters?
Well, snap me in half. You're Bethany Ghostfucker from that one show.
It's called Ghost Fuckers, idiot.
No, but you're getting close. Anyway, I am glad to see you folks. We've been having more disturbances than usual lately.
What kind? Sexy disturbances?
The kind that are killing my guests.
How the fuck did they get John Waters? Like, Kesha was one thing. Like, I can understand, like, there's a voice casting department that in LA that has some fuck, Kesha, fine, okay, music industry connections, what, that's remotely conceivable, but how do you get in touch with John Waters? How do you even get in touch with that man? How do you pitch him on something like this and get him to... I don't get it. I don't understand.
How dare you hurt me? I made you kill me. I made. I got longing and desire. I don't know, but I like burns with forbidden fire for a spook.
I love a Scooby-Doo sequence. I really do. I'm sitting here trying to think about, okay, but was that reasonably the best use of the episode's time, to have a Scooby-Doo sequence? Was it really? Like, is this what the episode needs to spend time on? And I just like, yes, because it's a Scooby-Doo sequence, and it rules. It's a Scooby-Doo sequence. What the fuck do you want? Like, it's a Scooby-Doo sequence where they do Scooby-Doo stuff with Scooby-Doo music, 60s fucking doo-wop shit, and a door chase. What else? What more could you possibly want? What else? I'm sitting here trying to be like, I'm gonna put my critical thinking hat on, and I'm gonna like do it. But it's a Scooby-Doo sequence. It's a Scooby-Doo sequence. Like, it's perfect. It's perfect. Fuck me. Fuck you. Fuck everything. It's a Scooby-Doo sequence. It's perfect. You can't... That can't be a problem. Like, the day that having a Scooby-Doo sequence is a bad idea is the day I quit animation. It can't be a bad idea. Like, I'm sitting here trying to be cynical and like, no, actually. Like, oh, the old man and like doing the ghost investigation that doesn't go anywhere and all that. It's like, but no, it has to, like, no. It's right. It's correct because it gets Millie to the point where she blows up, right? It heightens the emotional discord between them, which is exactly what the possessor needs, right? Like, which is what the possessor is doing, is taking advantage of especially Blitz's emotional problems, right? Like, that's his function as a villain in the story. And we get these flashbacks, we get some insight into Millie, right? That there is this kindred spirit thing between them in a certain sense. Right? That she used to be this much more hardened, much more instinctively hostile, cynical person who like whose only real way to deal with any kind of confrontation is to grasp for violence. I like that. I like that that becomes the thing. Right? That Millie gets to have that development. Or not even development, but just that deepening of who she is, why she is the way that she is. Again, I can't help but feel if she had been more in... If she'd been more in episode 3, right? Like, if her past, her like, her emotional issues, whatever insecurities it was that led her to being taken advantage of by Chaz, of all people, if that had been a little more explored here, I think that would have hit a little bit harder. That we see, like, the way that Blitz offering her a place, a home, something to be a part of, a way to feel valuable and valued. If we got to see a little bit more of how she came to be there, that she needed this so badly, right? That this for her was a moment of being saved from a worse version of herself. If we had a little more of an exploration of that, I think this would have been stronger overall. But that's not really a problem with this episode, as it is a problem with episode 3 again. So that's not really a problem with this episode. Like, yeah. No, you know what? Ghostfucker stays there. I don't think I have notes on it, really. I have notes on the season, but the episode itself, the way that it takes the premise of, like, okay, Blitz is rotting, he's, like, self-destructing, he's spiraling. Millie is desperately trying to do something to fix it, because one thing that she shares with Blitz, a commonality they have, is that they both have that I need to be valuable, I need to be useful to other people in order to justify my existence thing. And I do like that becomes sort of the core anchoring point of why it's these two characters going off on an adventure that has to be the moment that Blitz kind of turns, right? Like, this is the moment also when Blitz starts to recover from being as far down as he is, right? It's Millie specifically who can offer him that in a way that probably Moxie couldn't. Like, Moxie could not have given him that emotional support, right? Neither could Luna, because Luna is his daughter, not his friend. I like that. I like that it's Millie specifically, and not because she's the mom of the team, but because they are friends, because they share a connection. They share, like, a set of traumas. They share, like, some emotional problems that they can connect about, right? Millie is the one who is able to say to Blitz, right, like, you've given me a career, a husband, a future, right? Like, you have made my life measurably better just by being in it, right? By being yourself in it, which is something that Blitz desperately needs to hear in this moment. And that Millie is the one who can give him that, and that in turn, right, like, that what Blitz has offered Millie is something similar, right? Like, he has offered her an opportunity to feel like she matters, like she's valuable. And we get to see the way in which she's emotionally dependent on Blitz being who he is. And then this fucking scene.
Look, what I said earlier, you've just always been so unbothered by everything. Almost bulletproof, and I guess I never realized how much I depended on that. I didn't know how to react to you being reduced to Bethany. But I should have respected you like you always do for me. I'm sorry.
Better.
Much.
Good.
Now. Anyone else? Me so much. A career, a husband, a future. And now, he's my best friend.
You don't hate me?
Nah, never. Look, what I said earlier.
I still think Luna's animation in the scene with Octavia is probably still my favorite acting of the season. It probably still is. This is a close fucking second, though.
Look.
Like, that she's the one who gives him back, like, the skull, right? Like, the pendant from his mother.
I said earlier. You've just always been so unbothered.
Right, the little hand grab, they pull each other closer together.
Almost.
And then the lean, right? Like this casual, intimate, physical closeness that is so effortless and unembarrassed, even as it is also tired and...
by everything. Almost bulletproof, and I guess I never realized how much I depended on that. I didn't know how to react to you being reduced to Bethany. But I should have respected you like you always do for me. I'm sorry.
Better.
Much.
Good.
Now, you ready?
That is... That is a well-handled emotional connection scene, visually. Just in terms of how the animation plays out, like how it... also stuff like where the camera is put, like when it uses close-ups, when it pulls back a little bit. When we get this like top-down perspective from a distance versus when the camera is right there in their face. This is just... good craft, man. Right, because it's also not over-animated. That's the other thing, right? Like, it's not like the... Like, you think of the shot of, like, the rotations in Mastermind. You think of the shot, like, the camera pushing down on Octavia during her song in the finale, right? Like, those shots are astonishing because they are so... animate. Like, there's so much shit happening at every point and everything that happens everywhere there. Part of the impressive thing about this is how well judged the animation is in terms of where and when it animates. Like, where and when it adds motion to a character. That it never goes for, let's make everything move all the time so that it looks impressive, right? Like, it doesn't go for trying to dazzle. It doesn't try to be like, this needs to be the most emotional. Like, there's no Blitz sitting there, like, quietly crying the whole entire time. Or, like, Blitz isn't constantly moving. He's not constantly adjusting himself. He's not doing anything for most of the shot, right? He makes the movements he needs to do to get it across. And that's like, that restraint, especially when you really, really, really want the emotional context of the scene to come around. Like, this is an emotional scene. It has to hit. I have to get people to understand, like, how much this matters to these characters. It is a difficult thing as an animator to make the decision, okay, we don't move the character for, like, a whole fucking second. For a whole fucking second or two, they don't do shit. That's a tough decision to make. It's like leaving dead air, right? Like, this is, like, I have that constant fear when I'm doing these streams and when I'm doing these videos, like, oh shit, I haven't said anything for the last 2 or 3 seconds. I better say something so that it's not quiet, because quiet is awkward, and that's difficult. Quiet. What if they get bored? What if I'm not entertaining them enough? What, like, leaving space, leaving silence, leaving quiet is a difficult fucking thing to do, especially when a moment is very, very important. It's important that the audience stays with you. And having the confidence to know that you have the audience, right? That you don't need to dazzle them, that you can just let them sit in it, let the voice actors do their work. And the soundtrack, right? Like, you can trust the rest of the production to make sure that you are not leaving, like, a dead spot. It's not just the animator, right? That's the producer, that's the director, that's, like, that's the whole production knowing what the fuck they're doing, right? It's a small thing, but it is impressive. Like, it's something I occasionally see in, like, independent animation by, like, solo creators. It's like, they can sometimes struggle with having, like, that strength of confidence to the strength of confidence to let silence exist for a moment, right? Like to not have to dazzle the audience, to not be impressive for a second. Young animators sometimes, like young artists in general, right? Same thing with YouTube. Is like sometimes I see like young YouTubers who are sort of starting out, and I can see like, oh, you're really scared of letting anything be quiet for even 5 minutes or for even like 2 seconds, aren't you? Oh boy, yeah, I know it. I've been there, my friend. I'm well familiar. That's how I think I've unlisted most of my earliest videos, but my earliest videos, I can talk reasonably fast sometimes. My earliest videos is like, not a moment of silence. Not one moment of silence. Everything's happening all the time. I need to do it faster. I need the video to be shorter because I don't want to waste people's time. Boy howdy, I did not go quick in any sense of the word.
Have you? A bit out of your depth. Aren't you, little ones?
Damn our tiny fucking legs!
This fucking shot. Like the fucking advancing darkness, breaking light bulbs, briefly illuminating. What a great fucking movie. Like, just, mwah. S-tier fucking horror imagery. Now, it doesn't quite land as scary, just because of the context of the episode, but it's the kind of thing of like, oh, okay, like, I can see an entire horror movie being built around this, right? That's, like, Helluva Boss is ultimately more of a comedy than it's capable of being true horror, I think. At least in this episode. But we're just like, oh, no, yeah, like, you could build a really compelling actual horror show around this kind of imagery.
You know my secret. I guess you gotta die like all the rest.
Like, Fern Gully-ass motherfucker over here with the glowing inside of the mouth and all of that. Like, come on. Come on! Come on!
Guess you gotta die like all the rest.
And also, from the Scooby-Doo sequence, the setup that, oh hey, that thing is there because of they threw it at the people when they were running in the Scooby-Doo sequence. Ah. Good craft.
Oh, this is fun!
Fully on the anime shit with the hit stop. Like with just that one frame of pause and then boom. It's a gorgeously animated episode too. Like especially the horror sequence with Blitz. And his mom.
Mama, I was having the worst dream.
This isn't a dream. This is your life. And it always will be.
No, Mom, I'm sorry! Mom, please, I'm sorry!
Just, fuck, they firing on some fucking cylinders for this episode. Oh, hang on, sorry. Wrong timeline I was pulling on. Yeah, like, just, I'm sitting here trying to think of other stuff to say about Ghostfuckers, but no, it's just fucking great episode. It's just a fucking great episode. Is there anything else to say? It's just a great episode. Like, I don't think anything needed to be done differently. It really is just maybe the rest of the season could have set up a little bit more for Millie, for her to, for her arc to really hit here, but that's it. That's really it. Yeah, I can't think of anything. It's just good. Like, everything works. It all just works the way it's supposed to. And Roland with his fucking animation. Just fucking, like, that's another thing about, like, the fact that they got fucking John Waters. The fact that they gave him that animation style, right? That they made him so sleazy and slimy and, like, yeah. That feels very respectful of John Waters as like a creator, as a film director. That, like, he gets to be probably the greasiest, slimiest, most fucked up, weird guy.
To the one-star wonder, where it's a wonder we still have that star. How may I help you today?
We are filming a very special episode.
I do like that. Perfect episode. It's good. It's just good. I'm sitting here struggling like there must be something else I can talk about, except, no, I can just go over my reaction again, gushing about all the animation. But I've already done that, and that was like 2.5 hours long, so maybe we should move on to Mastermind. Mastermind. Again, like, we've said this before, if I have some notes here, it is that, like, it feels like another chance, there was another chance here to do a little bit of something with Stella, right? Like, to maybe explore a little bit the abusive dynamic with Andy, the way that she gets taken advantage of, like, to imply anything about her interiority, how she feels about it, and the show just kind of doesn't take it.
Well, don't yell at me!
That is an iconic moment, though, I will say, like, that... like, that he comes, like, goes all, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and she just, like, don't yell at me, and then does not give him anything.
Legal thing he was doing, and you didn't think it might be a good idea to let me know?
Well, don't yell at me!
Sips tea. Like, that is genuinely quite iconic.
Now you fucking know!
You are so lucky you are hot, Stella.
So, like, I don't know that that's necessarily a note about this episode, that, like, Stella could be used for more. Like, not really. It's more a general seasonal thing, really. Yeah, I think it's more of a general seasonal thing. I do feel like this is one of the few episodes where I have a criticism of the animation in that I don't think the first section, which is like with the arrest and like all of this section here, it feels visually not of the same stuff as the courtroom scenes do. Look, like, they have a different approach to Blitz's physicality, his acting. They have a different approach to, like, background design, environment design. Not in the sense of, like, they are different environments. Of course they look different. But that they feel like they are different on a production level. Right? Like, this feels like maybe this... Like, This is the kind of thing of like, oh, okay, this feels like an episode, like a part of the episode that was outsourced to another studio, and then this bit was the one that was done in-house. I don't know that. Like, I don't know if that's how it worked out on the production side, that like one of the contracting studios handled this section specifically, and then Spindlehorse themselves took over for this bit. I would imagine if outsourcing was involved, but there is a visual disconnect between how the animation works in this section and how it works in the courtroom scenes onwards that I noticed at the time when I was watching it, and I'm still noticing it now, and it does distract me a little bit. It is a thing of like, neither of them are bad. It's not that they are either of them individually bad, it's that I don't think they mesh. I don't think they 100% mesh. Like, the transition between them feels not quite right to me. And as for why that happens, there's 100 million reasons. Who knows why, where it comes from, what it is. Different board artists, different handled at different times. Like, maybe the early bit here was produced like 6 months ago, and then the other bit was 2 months ago, because that's just how production worked out, and things changed in the meantime. Or is a different team, or who knows, like a million things. 100 million things can happen. I have no idea which is which. But it's a thing I noticed, and it's worth bringing up, I think. Then there's the other thing of, again, tremendous underuse of Octavia. We sort of, like, the only thing we get from her is Stolas is about to sacrifice himself, he thinks. She sees it on TV, hugs Stella. Stella gives the evil, my plan is working smile. And then that's it, right? And again, if we're setting up for Octavia to be the big emotional thing in the very next episode, I don't know. Like, it's another one of those of like, is this a problem with the episode, or is that a problem with the season? I do feel like this episode maybe could have involved her a little bit more, especially her relationship with Stella, because we do get like that. What we get from this hug, right, is that Octavia will seek emotional comfort in her mother, right? It's not that Octavia sees her mom and she's like, oh, fuck, evil stepmother, I have to run away. It's like, well, dad isn't here. So, like, this is mom, right? Like, this is mom, this is my mother, I do. So the implication here is that Octavia genuinely, truly does have love for Stella, right? Which makes sense with the fact that she gives a shit about whether Stolas loves Stella, right? Like, she brings that up as a point of pain for her, is that Stolas doesn't love her mom, which is natural for children of a divorce. Like, even if one parent is bad, a child in a divorce is like, you can't just turn off the part of your humanity that makes you love your parents, right? That makes you emotionally connected to them powerfully. So that makes sense to me, right? It's just, I wish we had just a little bit more of how Stella and Octavia feel about each other, how they interact, like what the parent-child dynamic is there. Because this is like, I think, literally the first time, right? Is this not literally the first time that Stella and Octavia have physically interacted? I don't think they've ever spoken to each other at any point that we've seen in the entirety of the first 2 seasons, right? This is the first interaction we ever see them have. Physical interaction. They don't even talk to each other in this fucking scene either. And it might be the first time Stella has hugged Octavia in her life. Well, I don't think so. It's the thing. Because if it was the very first time that Stella had ever offered her any affection, I think Octavia would have been terrified and would have run away from her. Like, I don't think her reaction to that would be to genuinely accept it and cry into her chest. Right? But you are not wrong in the sense, Flyby Star Dancer, that we've never seen any sign of it. We've never gotten to see any sign whatsoever that Stella even knows how to pretend to offer physical affection to her daughter, right? Even if it's only for manipulative purposes, we've never seen Stella do it, or even try, or display any capacity for it, right? So, like, the sense that this might be the first time Stella has ever hugged her, yeah, like, that's a reasonable conclusion to come to, because we've not spent any time with these two characters together, right? But again, my criticism there is largely that's a big missing piece of the rest of the show. If these two characters are gonna be important, if their relationship is going to matter, that no time, exactly 0% none time, has been spent developing them at all. Then, like, what other conclusion are you supposed to come to here? Let's start it up here in no notes, because most of it, like, I have that little animation thing, but that's not really a problem with the episode as a piece. It's more of a, visually this feels a little bit incoherent with one another. And, like, my notes about Octavia and Stella, that's more a seasonal problem than an episode problem. Like, the fact that in this episode, like, Octavia only shows up, she hugs Stella, and that's kind of all we get. That's probably would have been fine if the rest of the season had set us up for it a little bit more, right? If it had prepared us for... And just, like, the whole fucking courtroom scene, the entirety of it from start to finish, all of it, the animation is... astonishingly on point. Fucking Woody Woodpecker ass. Oh, Andy. What a lovely character design you are. Satan and his little, like, his little service top. I've seen the fan art. I've seen the fan art where we conceptualize as like Satan is the one who bottoms. And I think that's correct. I think that's a correct assessment of their dynamic in this scene. Is like, plus it's adorable. Yeah, do I have any notes? Like, not again, Stryker. Like, but again, that's more of a seasonal note, right? Like, Stryker shows up here just to deliver a line, be like made fun of a little bit, and then that's it. He's gone. He doesn't matter anymore. Like he just kind of has a cameo. With no further impact, which is like the fact that Stryker tried to kill Stolas, right? Like that he's an assassin who was hired to do that, and then Stolas shows up and doesn't, like, Stryker doesn't stick around, right? Like, but it's like, what if Stryker was still there and Stolas showed up and was like, no, he tried to kill me, like, even as an attempt or anything, like, I don't know. Waste of Stryker, but again, that's more of a seasonal problem, right? The world building in this episode is also on fucking point. Like, the ways in which it makes the class system of the show very explicit, in a way that it's not just subtext anymore, in a way that it's like, this is out and out, as obvious as it can possibly be. The literal unignorable text of the show is that a lot of the conflict comes from this class system where the universal daddy down here, Satan, who, like, apparently made all the Hellborn, the imps anyway, has set up this, like, unjust power system where he's, like, ruling in absentia of Lucifer. And this whole thing is a show trial that's explicitly designed to uphold that system, where, like, they don't really give a shit. about Stolas. They don't really give a shit that a Goetia was nearly killed by someone. That doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter, like, who did it or why they did it. All that matters is that presents a slight threat to the system, and that slight threat to the system has to be stamped out, right? It has to be destroyed. And that's all that they really care about as, like, a system of power. And that's pretty damn good world building, honestly, all things considered. And something that the show needs to follow up on a lot. It really, really, really does. Because otherwise I'll be quite annoyed. But yeah, I don't... I don't really have notes, I don't think. Like, the episode, for what it is, for what it's trying to do, the swap into the fucking...
Stings that you thought you had caught
the fucking rotation! Like, motherfucker! So the animator of this shot, or one of them, there's like multiple people work on these things, did get in touch with me and talk about how when I started zooming in on the little like things on Stolas' cloak here, they were kind of sweating a little bit because they really had put a lot of effort and time into managing those little details as part of the rotation shot. And it's like, yeah, the fuck you did, because fuck you, god damn it, this still looks so fucking good. Like, the offset animation timing between Stolas and the background. All of the details moving so fucking smoothly. And he's giving a fucking performance. He's doing fucking character acting while he's rotating. 3D animators struggle to do that with 3D characters. And here's a 2D animator just fucking well, not casually, they put a ton of effort into it, but fuck you!
Yes, it was me and I have no regrets. I have regrets. Why am I throwing my freedom away for this idiot? What have you I would rather be dead. I can live life without you by my side. So if it keeps you alive, what are you doing? I don't deserve this. I am the mastermind, the master of my fate. Sure as the stars have shined, I'll give.
Also, I don't remember if I gave the shout out during the fucking reaction to the, but the lighting work, the fucking compositing and lighting work and the VFX work. Right, the way that this shadow slowly spreads over his face and his hat, and like... And the way that the lighting is used dramatically as well to emphasize the emotions and the colors. And the fucking saxophone riff. Oh, the fucking saxophone riff. You motherfuckers, the fucking saxophone riff.
The master of my fate. Sure as the stars have shined, I'll give my life to clean my slate. You're my light, you're my heart. Only death can rend our love apart.
The fucking saxophone riff, right? Like, the saxophone, which is not a part of any other part of, like, Mastermind, right? It just comes in there at the end just to emphasize we're doing a power ballad, fuck you, right? Right there in the cheese of it. And we opened with this fucking Disney villain ass.
Mastermind, the hand that holds the strings. No no simple imp of mine could master the disaster. Oh, it stings that you thought you had caught the schemer of the schemes I wrought. I confess, it was me and I have no regrets.
And then, like, I think swap to the major key.
I have regrets.
And then we're right back to the fucking mind space and the fucking power ballad. Like, what a fucking clever way to do it. And then...
Well, isn't that adorable? We have been betrayed by one of our own, a goetic demon. Your hubris has gotten the better of you, Prince Stolas. I am the Mastermind, and here I am the law. I ruled the endless dark since long before the golden angels fall. So you see, next to me, your master plans all look so small. Little mice, when you break my rules, you pay the price.
Down to the low note. And that we swap even, like, because his section there is, like, more instrumental and, like, but it's still a different genre of music than Stolas's, like, Disney villain, like, sort of theatrical Disney villain stuff. Like, this is much more of a sort of a kind of thing that should be played on a pipe organ, right? Like, that feels more like the genre that he's operating within. Like, more church-like. Yeah, it's church music, basically, right? It's like choral, and like there's like a bit of organ in there, and like it's really, what a great musical number as a piece of storytelling. What a great way to use music and the musical genres that are available as a means towards it. It is a little funny, right? Like that, like Satan puts all the chains on Stolas, right? And the executioners take him over to the thing, and then he lays down and is like, well, I guess I'm about to get my head cut off and abandon my daughter forever. And then they're like, what are you doing? Like, you're the one who put the chains on him, Satan! Like, you fucking put the same chains around his neck that you had on Blitz. Like, come on. Like, what else was he supposed to think? Why do you think he's the weird one here? And there's definitely a point to, like, what an anticlimax, right? Like we build up all of this, like, Stolas' dramatic sacrifice, and then it's just like, no. What, do you think we're gonna sacrifice you? Like, you're not actually in any danger. Like, that's funny. I do like that anticlimax. I think it's a reasonable criticism that it's a little bit like, okay, but then what's the point of the dramatic sacrifice? But, yeah, no, it works. Like, it's what it's trying to do, right?
Yes! For the next 100 years.
Oh, motherfuck!
And also that Andy gets edged so close. So close he gets edged. He's like, right there. And it's like, 100 years. Oh, fuck off! I like that. Like, as a way to embarrass him, that's very good. Oh, I think I seem to have lost Discord. Hello? Ah, my voice is distorting. Give me a sec. Now the question is, am I also distorting in the recording? Because that would be bad. Okay. I'm just going to silence. I don't want to have to edit this. I don't like editing it, so you'll just have to deal with this for a moment. Okay. Okay, so you're hearing me. All right. God, I hope that I am not distorting in the recording right now. That would be bad. Okay. All right. Can you hear me now? Am I still a robot? No robot. Okay, good. Hopefully, in the recording, I am not sounding absolutely terrible. Hopefully. Hopefully that was just a Discord thing. Okay, yeah. Looking at the levels right now, I wish I had a better monitor for this, but yes, hopefully that was just a Discord thing. What was I saying?
Seriously?
You will have to live amongst the citizens of hell and revel in your failings.
But what about my daughter?
She'll be safe and sound with her mother, the wholesome parent.
I guess that settles it. Clocks, John. Time for lunch.
Yeah, it's fucking lunchtime!
Envy, you can do so much better. It is very funny that Andy, like, this is like the cult, because, like, again, Mastermind, right? Like, Andy feels that he's the mastermind of all this, right? Like, Andy is like, yes, I am the one who's manipulating events such that I am the one who planted the false story, and I'm the, this is all going according to my plan. 100 years! Ruined orgasm! Right? It is very funny that the show very actively undercuts the idea that Andy can mastermind a goddamn thing. Right. That's funny. Like, that's a good way to employ his character, right? That this smug little Woody Woodpecker dipshit is explicitly shown not to be nearly as clever as he thinks he is, right? That's like a nice, that's a good villain, right? Like, it's a good villain who's like visibly a piece of shit, believes he's so much better than he is, but the show doesn't validate that by making him cool at any point. I like that. One thing I do wish about, like, this is not really so much a problem with the episode, but with the season, is like, the end of this episode very much sets up this thing of, like, Blitz as a folk hero, Stolas as, like, this object of abuse and ridicule, because, like, he's a Goetia without the power to, like, without the power to abuse people for defying him. Right? And I kind of wish the season finale had taken up a little bit on that. Right? I kind of wish the season finale had taken up on that a little bit more. If it was going to be set up here in the penultimate episode, that the finale was then, like, gonna continue that plot point, but it kind of doesn't. The finale doesn't really have that aspect of Stolas is habitually abused and has things thrown at him and is, like, violently rejected by society. It's more that, like, the way that it's framed in this episode, it's much more that Stolas just feels awkward, like he doesn't fit in, rather than he's the constant subject of, like, abuse by other people who are resentful of what the Goetia have done, right? And how they've been treated the imps for generations. But again, that's not really a problem with this episode. It's just one thing of, like, oh, you set this up very, very specifically as, like, a thing, and then it's like you kind of immediately pull back on it. Again, also, this shot here, right? Like,
So glad you're okay. I love you, Dad.
Right, this shot here specifically, like, Stolas sees Blitz hugging his daughter, and, like, his daughter telling him I love you, right? And for Stolas, that's like a PTSD trigger, basically, right? That's like, oh God, my daughter. Oh God, my daughter. Like, that instantly sends him spiraling in this thought of like, oh my god, what have I done? I've blown up my life. And that's, again, that the episode is establishing that connection, right, between Luna and Octavia, which is something that this episode follows up on, right? Like, that's when they go to kill the people in the human world, and Blitz just can't help but see himself and Stolas and Luna there, right? That Blitz clearly sees like that there could be a family between them there. The episode does that very explicitly, and again, it just, for me, just calls attention to the fact that, like, oh yeah, right, the relationship between Luna and Octavia, a thing that could probably stand to have been developed a lot more, right? A connection that could probably stand to have been made a lot more explicit if the show is going to employ it like this, right? As like this thing of Stolas clearly sees the connection, Blitz clearly sees the connection. Why doesn't the show spend a little more time developing that connection? And again, not a problem with the episode necessarily, just yeah. Yeah, again, the notes are mostly for the season. It's not really for the episode. I don't think the episode itself. I don't think the episode itself is the thing that needs to change. I think it's the season, the structure of the season. I think it's like, get rid of Western energy or spend the runtime of Western energy on doing more of the setup that's needed to reach the theme that the finale is reaching for. That's more the thing. And I think it's gonna be kind of the same thing with Sinsmas. Like, I think most of my notes, most of my things really here are all stuff that other episodes could have done better to lead up to Sinsmas. But Sinsmas itself, like, I think a reasonable... no, actually, let's go back to Mastermind for a second. It does kind of feel like...
My holy heck.
It does kind of feel like this should have been the end of the episode. Like, there is an extent to which... like, if we're removing Western energy, right? I think my proposal is... I would have cut Mastermind here. Just with the fade to black, right? Cut. And then the next episode, that's where I would have put... like a bunch of, like, I think I especially would have put a bunch of Octavia stuff. I think I would have put an episode, like, that opens with a flashback to Octavia and Stolas sort of finding solace in each other, and, like, them being one another's only emotional support in a household where Stella is, like, queen bitch of the universe, and they're both deeply unhappy. Like, this would be a place where, like, we cut away from, oh my god, is Blitz dead or not? We hold on that moment of uncertainty, right? Even though everyone knows, like, of course he's being saved, like, of course he's not, we all know, but, like, we hold on that uncertainty, we use that as, like, a fuel to go, okay, let's take a step back, let's go for, like, half an episode that's, like, inside Stolas' experience, where we see him and Octavia having their life together, we see how unhappy he was before he met Blitz, we see how Stolas changes after he met Blitz, how he began to see hope for the future, maybe meeting Blitz is the thing that pushes Stolas towards even starting to take his antidepressants, right? Like, to seek that diagnosis and get that help that he, like, something like that, right? where we get both Stolas like reflecting deeply on how much he actually needs Blitz, right? Like how much like Blitz was the first time he ever had something really good in his life that wasn't just entrapment within this fucking Goetian society, right? Like where something he had that was beautiful outside of his own family. And also we get Octavia's perspective that, yeah, like dad is also all I have, right? And in the absence of dad, all I've got is mom, and mom fucking sucks, right? And I have no friends and I have no anything. That we focus on the ways in which they are emotionally close. And then second half of that episode, boom, is where Stolas has arrived. We do all the rest of Masterminds exactly the same way that it was. It does feel like this would be the point, right?
I love you guys.
This would be the point to cut, do some of the work to set up for, and I think honestly that's probably the note. It is a little bit rushed in some ways. Like I think Mastermind, there is a note from Mastermind, it's that it moves so fucking fast. And because it moves so fast, I do feel like it would have benefited emotionally and narratively for taking a little bit more time. For taking a little bit more time to let its drama play out. I really do. Like, I think cut off that last 10 minutes of runtime, make the rest of the opening of the episode, right? Like, put a B-plot into the opening of the episode, again, where we get maybe a little bit more Octavia and Stella, right? Like, spend that extra 10 minutes of runtime on Octavia and Stella, or, like, again, a little bit more groundwork leading up to the finale. And then do the same thing there, and then we hit the finale with Sinsmas, and then we can pay off absolutely everything. I think that's the note about Mastermind, is that everything that's there is great, everything it's doing is fantastic. It's just that maybe all of what it's doing shouldn't have been in the one episode, right? Like, everything that's in there should still be there, it's just, it should have a little bit more time to go over all that stuff. Yeah, I think, actually, that's a reasonable point, a dog. Like, it's probably... I'm torn, because it's like... Yeah, it should have been split. Like, how big a problem is that? Yeah, no, actually, you're right. It has problems. The problem is everything that's there is so fucking good, but it's too much too fast. It needed more breathing time, I think. It needed just a little bit more air to let its big dramatic moment have some time to be with you. There is, like, in a really great tragedy, part of what makes a good tragedy, and that's not necessarily what this is, but, like, when I think about, like, what makes a good tragedy, it's that a really good tragedy takes time to linger in the pain of it, right? In the uncertainty, the fear, it takes time to linger in the feelings of it. And the same thing I think is true for, like, a drama. Like, for any kind of drama, it's like, you have to take time in it to give it space to breathe. And I don't think Mastermind did that. I think Mastermind went for a lot of really big moments right in succession of one another. And it should have had more time to breathe, shouldn't it? Like... Like, either cut at the moment when the axe comes down, or else the thing would be to, like, massively extend the preamble. Right? Let the courtroom, like, the beginning of the courtroom scene when Blitz is taken in, be the beginning of the next episode. and let the opening of this episode be the end of a previous episode that spends a bit more time. Yeah, like something. I feel like Mastermind could have been split into 2 episodes and have had its segments appended on sequences that, like, build out what it's trying to set up for in Sinsmas, in the finale. Because it is such a big problem for the season that Octavia doesn't get more time. Like, that is genuinely one of the biggest flaws of Season 2, in my opinion, is that Octavia just doesn't get enough. If she's supposed to be the big emotional climax, if she's supposed to be, like, the big thing, right? The big confrontation, the big moment for Stolas, right? The big moment for the relationship that he has with Blitz, that his relationship with Blitz has cost him this. She needs more time. She needs more screen time. She needs more time to explore her emotional interiority. And she just doesn't get that. And Mastermind feels like one of the episodes that, like, the episode as it is, right? Like, if we don't fantasize about splitting it, the episode as it is could maybe have done a little bit more for Octavia, right? There's room in here to cut a few things and then give that space to Octavia and Stella and, like, let them have a little bit more. But if it was split, like, if these big emotional moments were, like, split apart a little bit more and given more time to breathe between each other, then that space, I think, should have been filled with, like, build up to this, right? Build up to the climax that the season wants to work towards. So yeah, I think, like, what a fall from grace. Like, it started here and boom. Let's just put it there. No. No, we would not be better off without it. It is necessary. But yeah, it has problems. Everything that's there is so good, but the way it's put together, I can't help but see the spaces that I think could have been used better. So now we can move on to Sinsmas. I do like in this scene...
It's like cannibalism for you, isn't it?
No, just rather off-putting. But it is protein, I suppose.
Uh-huh. So what do you normally eat?
Normally, I dine on a custom diet prepared by my waiting staff, full of essential nutrients and freshly prepared rarities such as roasted vole or firecoy.
Stolas, you eat cereal out of the box while crying at soap operas. Like, be so fucking for real with me right now, my man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, I ate a find and I prefer, like, my weight stuff. No! Like, you scoop tubs of ice cream into your face while, like, come on. Be so fucking for real with me right now. I'm sure he has proper meals in between crying sessions and, like, junk food, but, like,
Sweetie, no talking to that deadbeat. And Rufus, look who's finally calling.
Oh, took him this long? That's hilarious.
He thinks he's going to talk to his daughter. Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Woody Woodpecker ass. Fucking. You delightful little cunt, honestly. Honestly. And I do think, again, with the context of the season, right? The fact that we get this scene, right, of of the two of them so openly gloating that they are intentionally keeping Stolas and Octavia apart. It's a problem. Like, again, this thing of, like, a lot of people sort of take Octavia as being the one who's being unreasonable, right? I think this scene is a big part of it, because this is a scene where Stolas is actively trying to reach out, and we see that the only reason he can't is because of them, so why is she not directing her resentment at her mom, right? Which, again, it's that thing of, like, if the rest of the season had just done more work to try and establish what the dynamic is there, like why Octavia feels about her mom, what she feels about her mom, if fucking anything, right? But that does mean that for this episode, I think this scene is kind of a problem, right? Because, like, part of what it tries to establish...
Andrielphus! Look who's finally calling!
Oh, took him this long? That's hilarious.
Right? It establishes that Stolas has not been in contact for a while, right? That after the trial, Stolas has been radio silent and hasn't been trying to call Octavia, right? Okay, fair enough. Like, that's a good thing to establish. It's just... the implication of the scene is also that the only reason why Stolas can't get in touch with Octavia to talk to her is because of the two of these bitches, right? And that Octavia knows that, and so it feels like, well, then why is she blaming her dad for all of this? Which, again, the final scene of the show of the season, Octavia doesn't actually really blame Stolas for very much. That's kind of the part of the point of this scene, is like, oh, he's like, what I think the scene is trying to do, right, is Octavia observes that her dad takes a long time to call, and what she gets from that is like, oh, he's happier elsewhere. And that's no fucking wonder, because my mom's a bitch and my uncle's a piece of shit, right? He's happier elsewhere. Being here with me in this space, that would make him very unhappy. That's why he's taking those antidepressants, right? Like, that's why he's miserable and suffering. It's because of me. Because he feels obligated to come here for me. So I'm the one hurting my dad, right? And the only way for her to cope with that is to try and cut him off, right? Like, is to refuse to be the, you know, the ball and chain around his leg anymore, right? And so she tries to, you know...
You love him! Mother, and you don't love me, you love him!
Right? You love him, so go be happy with him, right? Instead of coming back to me, where you're going to be miserable, and you're just going to suffer, and you're just going to hate every second of it, and you're just going to want to leave, right? That's why she's like, you lied to me before, I can't trust you now, because you didn't tell me you were unhappy. Right? You wouldn't tell me that you were unhappy. So if he stays with her, right? Like, if you say, oh, I love you so much, sweetie, I want to stay with you, I can't trust you, right? I can't trust you to mean that. I can't trust that when you get a chance to be happy, you won't just fuck off again. To be happy with someone that you actually care about. Because I'm just an obligation, right? That's where I think the final scene is. That's what the final scene is about, right? Is Octavia, in exactly the same way Stolas did in the full moon, making this big unilateral decision based on bad information and using her power to enforce it, right? Like, that I'm making this decision, this is healthier for both of us. I'm not going to ask you, I'm not going to communicate with you, I'm just going to declare that this is so, deal with it, right? And I have the power to push you away when I don't want to deal with your objections anymore. She's doing what her dad has taught her to do. She's enacting her dad's exact emotional coping mechanisms and relationship skills because that's where she got them from, right? That all makes sense. But the season doesn't do a good enough job of setting that up, of getting us to the point where that is intuitively understandable immediately. And the scene with Stella and Andy just gloating over how they're intentionally keeping father and daughter apart is undercuts it, because that implies a different thing. It implies that Octavia knows that her dad wants to reach her, that like she knows that like it's really their fault and that's where her resentment should be pointed. It's like it's a problem, right? Like I completely understand why people land the way they land on Octavia. Even if I disagree with the reading, I can see how the show gets people there. I can see how the show does it, right? Is that a problem with the episode? No, it's a problem with the season, but because the season didn't do the work, it becomes a problem with the episode, right? Whatever reason, like whatever writing process, whatever happened in the production of the main season, that there just wasn't room for Octavia, right? That they just couldn't find the space to include her, or the production just didn't work out that way. A million things can happen in animation production. Like, it's not always because, oh, the writers were too, like, didn't understand enough that they needed to do this, right? That's not really what I think happened necessarily as such. But given that the rest of the season didn't have time, given that the rest of the season couldn't find the space to fit Octavia and her mindset and where she is in, I think this episode should have been written with that in mind more. Like, I think there should have been more of a, like, okay, we should probably assume that there's more groundwork that needs to be laid to get the audience to the conclusion in the way that they're supposed to understand it, right? Like, to communicate our intention clearly. I think this episode could have stood to do that, because it feels like the calculation that this episode makes is that Octavia walking alone, like the withered plants, this icy halls that she's been left alone with these two cunts, right? Like as like her only companions. And the song, right? It feels like the calculation the episode makes is like the song has to be enough, right? Like that has to be enough to get it across. And it is to, holy fucking shit, this fucking shot. It is to me, like, I think I got there. I think I got there. I think I understood it. But I'm also doing a lot of work. I'm also giving the show a lot of grace. I'm kind of behaving as though the show did a lot more setup than it really did. Because I'm sitting here with my complaints of like, well, yeah, I get what they're trying to go for, but there wasn't enough setup, right? And so, if the rest of the season isn't going to do it, then it becomes a problem with this fucking episode. It becomes a problem that this episode understandably doesn't have time or space to do enough to make what it's trying to say really land for the audience that's supposed to receive it. And that is a problem. I will say, this makes up for a lot of it, though. Like, yeah, the episode has problems, but I can do this. I can do this all day. I can do this as much as I want. And I don't know, maybe that makes the episode perfect, actually. Maybe the episode is flawless. And this doesn't actually have any problems, because this is perfect. This is cinema. This is the peak of cinema. And I don't know why any other independent animation studio even tries. Like, we have achieved it. We have achieved perfection. The craft is complete, and there's really no point making more animated series after this, because I can do this. Custom sticker on this server. Yeah, you know what? I should probably try and find a way to make that. It's just a good punch, too. Like, look how this fucking dipshit can't take anything. Satisfying. Satisfying. Anyway, what were we talking about? Right. I don't want to completely blame this episode for the problems of the season, right? I don't want to lay it all on this episode that, like, Octavia didn't get enough work, right? Like, that Stella didn't get built out, that, like... I don't want to lay it all on this episode, but given that, like, I have some notes. I do think that's my main thing, though. Right? I even quite like how the Millie pregnancy subplot is handled, right? That's like a thing that's happening, but it doesn't eat the whole... Like, it's not something that the episode is like, oh my god, what's happening with Millie? What's going on? It's not a mystery that the episode is focused on. It's just a thing that's also happening at the same time.
This seems to be something else. You okay, babe?
Oh, yeah. Must just be the cold.
Okay, let's just hurry up and kill this son of a bitch.
And yeah, like, as people pointed out in the comments, like, I did not catch the implication of pregnancy at all. Like, when I saw this scene, I was like, okay, so is she just having, like, is she just finds Christmas decorations really gross because she's a demon from hell, and she sees an angel, and then it's like, ew, gross, block. Okay. I just thought it was like, that seems like a weird overreaction. Why is no one else reacting that way? I did not catch that it was sort of implying the possibility of pregnancy. Also because I don't know, in my mind, somehow I just assumed that pregnancy wouldn't work the same way for imps as it does for humans, but that's silly because they are just humans, right? That's the thing, is like, yeah, sure, in the lore of the show, imps are a species separate from humans, but also they're humans. Like, that's emotionally the way that they work, the way that they're, like, handled as characters. They are humans. Like, they are constructed explicitly as reflections of human beings. So I don't know why I thought that. That's a silly assumption. When you wish upon a star. Also, who the fuck are these two a reference to? I swear to... Someone said Magnus Archives. I have not listened to that podcast. I didn't know they had official character designs. These motherfuckers is not... I need to see the fucking artwork of those. This has to be someone. Like, those designs are too specific. I do also, like... It's another subtle thing that the show doesn't dwell on, but just the fact that Blitz, with no difficulty whatsoever, right? No trouble at all, sees himself as Octavia's family, right? Like, that's just easily a thing he integrates into his mind, is, I am part of Octavia's family. Of course I am. Like, that's, yep, I love her dad. I would be a father to her if she would have me. And that's not a thing that he has to agonize over or wonder about or struggle with at all. That's just a natural part of his thinking. That enters there. Like, and that's... I like that. I like that as a part of getting into how he feels about her relative to how she feels about him, right? I really like that because, again, it's not something the show lingers on particularly, but it's instructive. Like, it's something like, oh, that means she and Blitz have something to talk about, right? She and Blitz have something that they should discuss, right? They have something that they should connect over, right? They both love Stolas. They both love him deeply. They both want him to be happy, right? That's the connection between them. That is the thing that they can be in alignment about. That's the thing that they can build a relationship around, is that they both want this man to be happy for once in his life, right? And that to me feels like very good setup for season 3. Like, that feels like very good setup for... I have in my head, like, this, not really a prediction, but this, like, I would not be entirely surprised if in season 3, Stolas can't talk to Octavia because she won't hear him out, but Blitz is the one who finds a way, Like, Blitz is the one who finds a way to break into the mansion and talk to Octavia and get through to her. Like, whether she wants him to or not. Because Blitz is the one who knows how to do that, right? Like, he knows how to infiltrate a fucking Goetia mansion. And I think that would work for their character dynamic. That, like, he's the one who's able to tell Octavia how to make her dad happy, right? And, like, tell her about, like, how Stolas never, ever shuts the fuck up about her, ever, right? That Octavia is the only thing Stolas cares about all the time, and all he wants is to be able to be with her again, right? Like, Blitz would be the one who would be able to tell her that, right? And I kind of hope that that's what this is kind of setting up, is that Blitz has absolutely no problem seeing Octavia as a part of his life, right? And desires Octavia as a part of his life, right? Blitz isn't imagining him, Luna, and Stolas alone. Immediately, without any question, Octavia is part of the family, right? And I like that. I like that a lot, and I hope that it's set up. I hope that it's something that will be followed up on, that Blitz so instantly considers Octavia like part of his family, a daughter, right? And again, if there had been some more Octavia time in season 2, where like maybe she and Blitz could spend any amount of time together, first of all, so that we could explore some of Octavia's feelings of resentment at Blitz for taking her dad away, that would be good. And so that we could explore like a little bit of how Blitz like feels about like Stolas is kind of a package deal. He kind of comes, right? He kind of comes with a daughter, and like Blitz sort of having some feelings about that for even 1 second, right? Again, Luna and Octavia, it's there needed to be so much more of her in this season. There really did. So I think in my reaction on this episode, I said everything that I need to say about about the fucking fight. It's real good. There's so much good fucking animation, like fully just the show enjoying being an anime for a second, right? It's so fucking pretty. It's so much fun. I don't know that there's more I need to say about it as such. I could sit here for another 2.5 hours, but
Always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me?
You have always been the only good thing in my life.
So does that mean you just stayed miserable because of me?
that exchange I still think is so good. Right? Because it's that thing of like, Stolas is trying to reassure her, right? Like, he's trying to tell her, like, no, you are a good part of my life, and I love you, and I care for you. But what she hears is like, oh, I'm the anchor, right? Like, I'm the thing that's tying you down to a life that's making you miserable and unhappy. That's my fault. Okay, cool. Like, I'm the one who's forcing you to stay in a life where you are so sad and so miserable. And again, if there had been a little more time with Octavia, it would probably read clearer that that's what's going on, right? That she's hearing something completely other than what he's saying, right? Because she comes at it with a different set of assumptions. It's like, what a good moment. Like, what a great way to show that disconnect, right? And little things, little touches like this.
Dan!
I do understand!
Right?
Do understand!
I had to, you don't understand!
I do understand!
Right? That when Octavia says, I do understand, she does that little, she clenches her fist, and we get that flash of her power. Because again, what Octavia is doing here, she's using the fact that she has power and her dad can't resist, right? Like, she has power that her father doesn't, to enforce a split, right? I have decided that this split is better for the both of us. I'm going to use my power to enforce it. Which, again, exactly the same way Stolas does it to splits in Full Moon, right? She is her father's daughter, so much so, right? And as a bit of visual storytelling, the fact that we get that focus on, like, oh, right, Octavia is the one with power here, actually, right? Like, or at least in the sense of magical power. Enforcement power. It's just... it's good. Man, this fucking confrontation between her and Stolas, it's good. It's really good. Especially as a confrontation, because, like, tragedy, right? Part of the tragedy of Stolas is that he lives his entire life absolutely sacrificing his own happiness for others. All the time, permanently. That's everything that ever happens to him, is him sacrificing his own happiness so other people's purposes can be fulfilled, right? So that his father's, like, machinations, so that, like, the Goetias can have their heir the way that they want, so he can live up to his obligations and all that. His entire life, that's the only thing he does over and over and over again, sacrifice everything of his own happiness for everyone else around him, constantly. The one time, the only one singular fucking time that he makes a selfish decision in his life, which is to pursue that relationship with Blitz, right? Pursue that personal happiness. Just for one moment. And after living with a wife who's been nothing but selfish, right? Like, a wife, every other Goetia he knows, everywhere else he looks, everyone else is being selfish all the fucking time with no consequences. They just get to keep doing it forever. The one time he does it, the one thing he does to pursue his own happiness, one time, and it costs him his house, his marriage, his standing in society, and his daughter. It costs him everything to try and pursue his own happiness even one time in his life. And it's so unfair. It is so unfair. It is cruel. And that's the point, right? Is, like, the sort of the wellness industrial complex, right? Like, the fucking, all the, like, put the positive energy out into the universe and manifest, like, all of that shit, right? All of the sort of positive energy, like snake oil bullshit, like, all of that lean in liberalism bullshit, right? All of that would tell you that, like, well, I mean, if so long as you, like, earnestly pursue the things that you love and, like, you put the right energy into the universe and you care, like, oh my God, it's like you're going to realign your chakras, you're going to feel better, right? Like, if you just lean in, if you just earnestly pursue your own happiness, if you just go for, I mean, everything will work out just fine. And part of the point, I think, of Stolas' story is that trying to make things better for yourself, trying to improve your life, it's not just like, well, I mean, I changed my mindset and now I'm totally, like, I'm happy, I'm happiness maxing, like, everything's so. It has a price. When you live in a horrible, abusive situation like Stolas does, when you're in the center of all these privileges, right? When you, like, on the one hand, you are, like, trapped and oppressed in your class position, but then on the other hand, you're also really fucking rich and wealthy, and you have all these privileges that you've never thought about before in your life. When you have all this power, even though you didn't ask for it, being selfish, like, it even for good reason, even though it's the right decision for him, right? Even though pursuing the relationship with Blitz is, objectively speaking, the right thing for Stolas to do as a person, for himself, for any kind of chance at happiness, even though it shouldn't have to cost him all of that. Like, there is a price to trying to make your world a better place. It doesn't always come for free, right? And, like, any queer person who's had to cut off their family knows that, right? Like if you've had to go no contact with your family, even if it's the right decision, right? Even if it's correct, even if it's objectively the best thing to do for yourself, there's a price to pay, right? It's not just, oh, well, I mean, I manifested, like, my positive future vision for myself into the universe, and it just, like, oh my god, everything just got, like, it costs something to pursue happiness, right? It costs something. It causes conflict. And I don't think Stolas has lost Octavia forever. I think they're going to heal their relationship. I think things are going to get better. Like, the thing that Octavia doesn't understand is that what Stolas is doing, in the end, would be healthier for both of them. Like, for her to be a part of a family that includes Blitz and Luna, I think that would be really fucking good for her. I think it would be very healthy for Octavia to have a big sister. That would be very good for her. But she doesn't know that, and she can't, because where would she possibly have learned that? Like, how would she possibly have access to that information ever? But that's the tragedy of Stolas, right? Like, is this one thing, the only fucking selfish thing he ever does for himself, ever, has to cost him everything. To the point that he nearly gives up his life, right? Or he thinks he does, right? And that is emotionally very effective, I think. It's emotionally a lot more effective than the sort of comforting, what you might call, like, the coffee shop AU version, right? Like, where it's like, it's not a story that's really meant to be comforting, right? It's not a story that's really meant to be affirming in the sense of, like, well, you know, if you just believe in yourself and you just, like, if you just be yourself and you believe in yourself and you trust in love and friendship, and then everything will work out, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with those stories, I should say. Like, it's not bad to have a coffee shop AU. It's not bad to have, like, fluff and just pure happiness and you know, healing energy. That's not bad at all. Just that emotionally, as a story, I think the fact that it is so fucking unfair makes Stolas' story much more compelling. I want to see this stupid, pathetic little dumb shit Birdman privileged prince ass idiot dipshit moron be happy so bad. I want him to get there. Right? I want him to go through all of the shit to get there. I want him to have to deconstruct his privilege at some point. I want him to be, like, have to deal with all of the consequences of his actions, and I want it to hurt. But I want him to be happy. I want him to get there. I want... Okay, let's fucking... Premiere. I want the final shot of Helluva Boss season whatever, 5 or whatever it is. I want this to be the final shot of that show. Of the whole show. This one. Final shot. Christmas. Sweaters. Everyone happy. Together. Also, Millie and Lou and Moxie are there, probably. This one. But. First, I want it to hurt. right? First, I want him to go through hell to get there. And that's something that the finale of season 2 did very successfully, right? That's why it is good storytelling that it is so fucking unfair on Stolas. That the story is so cruel to him in so many ways. Same thing with Blitz, right? Like, I want Blitz to get here, but motherfucker, I also want him to, like, go through the pain of it. I want him to have to suffer for it. Not because you have to suffer to deserve happiness. Absolutely not. Not in real life, certainly. In real life, you should get to be happy just for being human, honestly. But in a story, in a narrative, this is gonna be so sweet. This is gonna, like, I fucking dissolve me into a puddle of tears. This is gonna make me so happy because they went through hell to get there, right? That's narrative. That's stories. In stories, that in reality, no, people shouldn't go through hardship in order to be happy. No, you should work. You do have to work at it, but But in a story, that's satisfying. That is satisfying. This will be satisfying because of this. That's the power of tragedy also, by the way. Right? It's... Yes, the horrible thing happens, right? The awful thing happens, and it's inevitable, and you can't do anything about it. But it was still worth it, right? And I do think, like, Sinsmus, on that front, as a component of a story whose ending is gonna be incredibly satisfying if they pull it off, right? If they pull it off. I'm not giving the show credit before the time. Like, they still have to get to that ending and earn it. But as a component of that, as like a really dark, low moment from which the character can have a satisfying recovery, absolutely. Yes. Very, very good. Very painful. Very heart-wrenching. Very sad. So unfair. So cruel. It's delicious. And also, like, as a piece of storytelling, I like that this, right, that this pathetic, all this suffering and hurt and pain does get to be resolved with comfort, right? Like, that we do get, like, okay, yes, that turned out pretty poorly for you, Stolas. Like, shit got real fucked there. Not a great situation with your daughter, but it's not all bad, right? Like, he's not alone. He's not completely destitute and cut off. He does have Blitz, right? And they have a much healthier place with each other now. They understand each other a lot more. He's working on himself. Stolas is, like, beginning to understand what he needs to do. I like that we also get the relief at the end of, like, okay, yeah, no, shit's fucked for real. Shit is super turbo fucked for real, bro. But at least there's tender gay kisses under a full moon on a balcony at Christmas, right? At least there's that, right? That it's not just doom and gloom, that there is a light in the dark. Well, yeah, I know they don't kiss, but you know what I meant. Right? At least there's this. At least there's that softness, right? Along with all the frozen, sharp, hard ice of it all. As a bit of storytelling. Again, also, when you're doing a tragedy, right? Like, even if the point of the tragedy is that everything needs to suck forever, it's good to have moments where it doesn't, right? Moments of relief that going through the suffering is worth it for. It would be... The show's restraint here is admirable also, because if I was directing this, I would be like, right before the cut to black, have Blitz slip and almost fall off the balcony. Like something, have some fucking thing happen to undercut it. They are better writers and directors than I am, because I would not have been able to resist it. Right, anyway, the pregnancy, Millie thing. I was genuinely terrified that it was a cheating thing that the show is going for. I've come around as like, no, that cannot possibly be it, right? And it's mostly because the episode is themed around it, right? Like, it's themed around unfaithfulness, right? That's the whole point of the plot with, like, Stolas as the secretary and, like, the lady coming in for the job is... Like, she's yelling and shouting about, like, cheating husband, that piece of shit. He deserves everything he gets, and, like, he deserves all the hatred. Stola's internalizing that really, really hard and taking it really poorly. Like, there was this theme of the consequences of cheating. Because, like, Stolas cheated. That's objectively what he did. He cheated with Blitz. And that had negative consequences. So it's like, okay, there's this undercurrent of cheating running through the thing, and then Millie is really distressed by being pregnant. I was like, that can't be where they're going, right? Surely not. And I don't think it is. Like, I think that's just a coincidence of overlapping themes, right? I think it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. I was like, but that would be incoherent. Like, that would be incoherent with Millie's character, right? That would be incoherent with the entire rest of the storytelling of Millie's character, which is so much about how this is the best, happiest, most stable situation she's ever been in, and that she doesn't have those emotional vulnerabilities anymore that let people take advantage of her. Because that was the only way I could see it, right? It's like, okay, it would have been someone at some point who was able to take advantage of Millie's insecurities in some way. I guess something like that. I don't fucking know. Like, whatever vulnerability made her vulnerable to Chaz, like, coming up again or something like that. But that doesn't make sense because the show has very explicitly moved her past that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it does not make any fucking sense. I could not possibly accept it. It has to be that the pregnancy was just unplanned, and that's emotionally overwhelming for anyone at any time. It has to be like, oh, she knows that Moxie really wants children, right? Like, she knows that Moxie really, really wants children, and she feels conflicted about whether she wants to keep a child for him, right? Because she has other things she wants to do with her body, right? She wants to keep being an assassin. She doesn't want to take maternity. Like, she doesn't want to put her career on hold. And that's a difficult thing, right? Like, what am I going to do with that, right? Like, I can't face letting him down like that, right? It has to be that. That's the only thing that makes sense with her characterization. For me. I mean, people in chat are talking like, yeah, like, it could also, if it was a gender thing, that would also be pretty fucking cool. Like, well, I say cool. Like, yay! Like, the trans people having conflict. Whoa, that's amazing. That's cool. That's fun. No, like, as a piece of characterization, that would be cool. Like, would be an interesting story beat to explore, right? Like, if this is part of Millie realizing, oh shit, I'm not so sure I want to be a woman, actually. Like, this whole mother thing is not right for who I am, right? That's an interesting place to go. It's an interesting place to go with it. If that is what they're driving at. I don't know that they are, but it's certainly, like, given the context of Unhappy Campers, not an unreasonable reading. I don't know that I expect it. It doesn't feel like what the show is driving at with Millie. But again, Millie is kind of underexplored in a lot of ways, right? Like, it's another one of those things of like, okay, if we had a Millie-centered episode or two, I would feel more certain of where they're trying to go with her as a character. What they're trying to do with her themes, specifically. Where Millie has felt kind of anonymous, certainly in Season 1. And also to an extent in Season 2, right? Season 2, much better. Like, it does much better by Millie, but still it feels like there's a lot of times when she gets sidelined for other characters to have their thing. And as I've talked about before, it makes sense to an extent because Millie is the most emotionally stable of the main cast, right? Ultimately, it's just, yeah. Yeah. I wonder, like, I do like how the pregnancy is handled in the episode, because this is a big fucking deal, right? Like, the fact, oh my god, Millie is pregnant. That's a big deal. That's the kind of thing that in a typical soap opera would be, like, the subject of an entire season of build-up, and it would be, like, the only thing of, like, oh my god, what's going on with her? Like, and that this show handles it like, no, that's just a thing that happens, right? This is just a part of what's going on with her. But it's not, like, the biggest thing in the universe, just a genuine challenge that sometimes a person in a relationship has to deal with, right? Like, or in a marriage, for that sake. That the show treats it as not the hugest deal in the world on the face of it, but a huge deal to her, right? That it's a huge deal to her, but not necessarily the whole universe doesn't have to revolve around it. It's interesting. Like, I think it's an interesting place to go. To have that pregnancy thing as like a bombshell at the end, but without, without fixating on it. Hey, data moshing. I also like that the Hellhounds come back. Her Hellhound friends. Like, this is the thing, like, again, with Luna, I'm missing some more development for her, but I do like that there is this little detail at the end here. It's like, oh, she has made friends. Like, Luna is developing a social circle, right? Like, she is opening up. She is, like, she does have a bit of a social life outside of just IMP, right? I like that. I like that's just a thing that's been happening quietly in the background, even if she doesn't get to have episodes about it. I do wish she got to have an episode about it. I do wish she got to have anything going on in this season, but it's nice. Like, it's nice as like a conclusion that, like, oh shit, Luna has like a friend group. She has people that she hangs out with, that she knows who will come around for a Christmas party for her. I like that. That's nice. That's a very nice thing.
Oh, hey, sweetie. How'd the call go?
It was nice. You know I love you.
Love you too.
Right, that's the other thing, is like that thing of like, it was nice, and then looks away with sadness, and then, I love you, right? That feels so much like the kind of thing you say to someone before you break some very bad news to them, right? And that's another thing that sort of maybe, it can't be cheating. I think, if I had to make a prediction, I think the thing that's making Millie have that little moment of like, oh, I think it's because she's not going to keep it. Like, if it's like she's sort of bracing herself for breaking bad news to Moxie, it's like, I'm pregnant, I don't want to keep it. And she knows that he wants children, right? So it's like, that's a thing that she's like bracing herself for having to have that difficult conversation. And feeling a little bit guilty about not being in a place where she's ready for that. Like, if I had to make a prediction, I would say that that's what that is about, right? It could, of course, also be the other thing. It could be that Moxie doesn't want kids and Millie does. And that Moxie is the one who's like, no, you know who my dad is? I can't have children. Like, how am I supposed to be a father? Absolutely not. We talked about this. I don't want to be a father. And Millie's like, well, it's my body and I want to keep the baby, and like, you can be a part of it. Like, that could also be the thing, right? That it's like, it could go either way on that one. It just, that moment there feels like Millie bracing herself that she has to have a difficult conversation and tell Moxie something that'll upset him. That's what that feels like. And she's looking for that reassurance ahead of time that he knows that she's like, that she loves him deeply. And that's the strength she needs in order to take the next step of having the conversation about whatever it may be. I don't know. As I've said before, personally, I would kind of love it if Moxie and Millie became parents and there was like a child character on the show. just because I think that would be so fucking adorable. But what matters more is that whatever happens with the pregnancy is like true to the characters, right? That because it's not a real child, it's a fictional. This is an entirely fictional thing, and so its function is to reveal something about who the characters are. Right? That's why she's pregnant, is because making her pregnant is an opportunity to do some storytelling about who she is, right, and what she is. And so that's the main thing I want from the pregnancy, is that it does something to explore Millie and Moxie, their relationship, how they feel about each other, how they relate to each other, how Millie relates to her own body. That's the main thing. It doesn't have to be one outcome or the other. It doesn't have to be an abortion storyline. It doesn't have to be a parenthood storyline. It just has to be a storyline that works for who the characters are. That being said, they would be adorable as parents. Genuinely. Like, fucking... If they do a time skip, right? And so next, like, episode 1 of season 3 is, like, 10 years later, and Millie and Moxie, like, have a fucking 8-year-old, right? Who's like, I want to be an assassin, and they're like, no. Like, fuck, it'd be cute. It'd be fun. It would be cute. But yeah, I like it. I like how that's handled. Yeah. So let's look over the tier list, right? Episode 1. I can't help but have some notes about the whole they met as children thing, right? I can't help it. I get it. I understand it. It's not like it's bad on the face of it. It's just, I could think of better ways to do it that sort of avoid the trope of predestination and all that. Because I think predestination, the idea that Stolas and Blitz were fated for one another, for me, this idea of like fated lovers, like who were meant to get together because of destiny, undercuts the beauty of romance, which is that it's two people choosing to be together because it's right for them, right? That for me, that I always feel that those things contradict each other. Other people disagree, but that's where I am. And so I have some notes there. Episode 2, yeah, like some notes, which is again like all the Hollywood bullshit is kind of perfunctory, and it isn't really used to explore the central theme of the episode, which is, you know, Octavia and Luna. Episode 3 is like, it has some problems. Blitz just simply should not be there. He shouldn't be there. Like, Blitz is a drag on the... It's a big structural flaw. It should be a Moxie and Millie episode, exclusively focused. If Blitz must have a B-plot, have him somewhere else doing something else. It should have been just Moxie and Millie dealing with this. Like, it's a problem. It's a problem that Blitz is the guy who gets to do the detective work and shit like that. That should have been Millie. I genuinely kind of don't like it. Episode 4, we've been over it. It doesn't need to be there. It doesn't really advance the story. It feels perfunctory. Stryker has nothing to do as a villain except be humiliated. It doesn't advance anyone's relationships, and the final scene of the episode is not really worth all the time it took to get there, because it's not big enough. Episode 5, it has problems. Again, Blitz and him running after his sister is something that just feels perfunctory and not really like it relates to the central conflict of the episode. I love the relationship stuff between Moxie and Millie. I like that they explore Moxie's difficulty fitting in and the way that he tries to perform and like conform to stereotypes and media images and like these constructed ideas of what correct social behavior is, and it doesn't work. That's a very... feels neurodivergently very true. I like that we get to see like Millie relate to the idea of just getting validation for being who she is unapologetically, automatically. That's wonderful. I do like that. But Blitz is a part of the thing, and Barbie being there, it just gets in the way and it doesn't add anything, and that's a structural problem. No notes for episode 6 or 7. They're just good. They're right. They are just right. They are just exactly what they need to be. I can't think of... You can make some broader criticisms about, like, maybe Fizz isn't really a super necessary component of the whole season, but he doesn't take anything away. It's not taking up space that could be used better on a million other things. It's emotionally compelling on the face of it. And they're just good. They're just good fucking episodes all around. Then episode 8, like, yeah, I have some notes. Might be more personal than objective. I do feel like, again, the villains are the very weak link of the episode, and when so much time is spent with them, that inevitably weakens the whole goddamn thing. So, you know, there's that. Apology Tour, kind of the same deal. Is like there's some missed opportunities for Blitz to get into his perspective, to really see things from his point of view for a moment. Like, it takes a very one-sided view on Blitz's romantic failures in the past and what they mean for him, and it would have been stronger if we got more of an insight into him, I think. So some notes, but mostly it's just right. Ghostfuckers is about perfect. Like, I don't... Literally an episode where I cannot nitpick my way into thinking of a better way to do it. And it's a perfect application of a villain, right? Like, he's a one-time villain. He's not gonna come back. We kill him at the end of it. I don't think they should bring him back. They probably can't, because how do you get John Waters again? I swear to God, if the first episode of the next season is just John Waters comes back immediately just to spite me, I'm finding the Spindlehorse Studios and I'm throwing paint at the windows. But I don't... This is about as perfect a single episode could possibly be, I think. Because, like, central premise, it uses the central premise to explore the characters. The villain is exactly the villain he needs to be for the purpose that he's there for. And then we resolve him. He interacts. That's the other thing, right? Cherubs. The villains in Cherubs don't interact meaningfully with the central emotional conflict of the story, which is Blitz and Stolas' emotional relationship, right? Roland, whatever. With John Waters. John Waters in Ghostfuckers, he interacts directly with the central emotional conflict between Millie and Blitz, in that he's a demon who eats people's, like, insecurities, right? That he eats people's negative feelings, takes advantage of them. He's a direct interaction with the actual central conflict of the story. Perfect use of a villain. Perfect. Like, he's an integrated part of what the episode is trying to say, and that's how you do it. Mastermind. Big fall from grace there. It really should have been split in two. The more I think about it, the more that's the conclusion I end up at, is just split it in two. It did not need to be one episode. It needed to be 2 episodes with some time spent building up to the things that the whole episode, Mastermind, is about building up to the finale. Like, that's the central thing that it's doing, is Stolas making the decision to sacrifice himself, thus finally confirming, like, that he's willing, with his life on the line, to say, I love Blitz and I would die for him, rather than I would suffer unhappiness to be with my daughter who I love. Like, that's when he makes the choice, right? A choice that's right, reasonable, but all of this is trying to build up to that, and it needed more time. Like, more work has to be put in here, or at any point, like, it didn't need to be split in 2 if the rest of the season had more Octavia, right, for example, and more, like, actual insight into Stella. But things being what they are, this is too fast. This goes too fast. It doesn't linger on its emotional beats long enough to really make them land. It has problems. And then we just got through talking about episode 12. I'm blaming it a little bit for the problems with the whole season. That's kind of inevitable, but also it itself. There's a couple of things here and there that could be done better. And I think that's the final ranking. I think so. I think that's where we landed, and we've been going for 4 hours. Well, I mean, a lot of people were calculating 8 hours, but I'm actually kind of pleased with myself here. I'm actually kind of pleased, because I was also worried that it was gonna be 8 hours. I intentionally structured this to make it as short as possible. And it's still 4 hours, but still, fuck you. 8 hours, you motherfuckers. You thought I couldn't do it. You thought I couldn't do it. You thought I couldn't be brief. You thought I couldn't do short, concise, easy, simple analysis of animation shorts. You thought I couldn't do it? You thought I couldn't do it? Ha! I have proven you wrong by doing a 4-hour tier list. We'll do the shorts in a separate video. We'll do the songs in a separate video. We'll get there. But for now, that's the tier list. I am objectively correct about everything, and if you disagree with me about any of these, then you're scientifically wrong. I have a friend who's a scientist at CERN, who has run the Super Collider, and he has concluded that you're incorrect about, like, whatever your criticism is. It's just wrong, objectively, because of physics, probably. So don't tell me about it. Definitely don't go into the comments. Do not do this. Do not go into the comments and talk about what your favorite episode of the season is. Don't do it. I forbid you from doing this. This is a direct order. That you're not allowed to do that. You're definitely not allowed to talk about characters who you wish were better explored. You're definitely not allowed to talk about things that resonated with you emotionally. I don't want to read that. Don't you dare put that in my comments. No. Absolutely not. And also, I have to, merchandise store. The fuck is the... Right. I have a merchandise store. It's there. There's you can purchase the things. I have a Patreon, blah, 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 etc. Please subscribe to my main channel. That would be lovely. This is like, we're closing in on probably going to be 50,000 on this channel before the end of the year. Well, certainly before the end of the year. So it would be good if some of you, of the people who like the stuff that's over here, if you also get to the other places. And you subscribe there, because if you want to have me yapping about stuff, oh boy, there's so much more yap you could have, like just mountains of yap, enormous mountains of yap, that you can go and you can have them. They're there. You can do that if you want to. You don't have to though. It's okay. We'll do some tier lists for the shorts and the songs at some other point in time. Right now, it is 9:30 p.m. and I need to have some food. Actually, I haven't eaten today. I haven't eaten today at all. Oh, that's probably not a good idea. I'm gonna go do that now. Bye!